Hello everyone. How we doing? How is life going for you? Why are these not working? So, how are we all doing today? I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to part 3 of my Game Dem streams for what is being called Carousel Court. It is the next wonderful game that I am working on. Hi, welcome to the channel. I run TTRPGs on my channel. I play a lot of different games, a lot of different settings, a lot of different stories. And if you've been here before, you know I think that mechanics are important, and how the story interacts with the mechanics is part of what makes a tabletop role-playing game different than just a straight improv or a play or a radio play. It's mechanics and story working together to weave a different form of medium. And it is that form of medium that becomes the biggest one draw to me. I mean, like, and you can tell, sorry, my hair looks like a wreck. I washed it, didn't let it dry today. I'm here, y'all are here, it's a Monday, we're gonna have fun, we're gonna chill, it'll be a vibe. But we are working on this game that I'm writing, and it is a dark, well, urban fantasy Southern Gothic, so a little dark. Do I look so... There we go, that looks better. I look like more human that way, and not orange, although still oddly pasty, but whatever. Hey everyone, I talk to myself when I stream like this, so I will do things like that and mention life. But we are working on this game. Last week we finished up the complicated parts for character development and house development, which are the two biggest complicated parts. I still have some writing to do on the qualities for characters, their benefits and drawbacks, and defining them and giving clearer definition and clarifying my notes so I can give those to players and be like, here, this is what you're going to need to use to create your characters when we create them together. And then, because the way the houses work, and this is a game of politics and interactions, so the way those houses work is going to be really important, right? Like, that's how one of the core facets of the game is going to be that storytelling mechanics between the different houses and different families that you're playing, that the players will be playing through this game. And just have to answer a quick message. There we go. We also have the mechanics that are kind of going to be sitting there for the players. So we've got players done, we've got houses done. Now we need to work on, like, lore that's going to change this world, because this is a world in which supernatural creatures are slowly becoming more and more known and more public, and how that changes events, or sometimes how that doesn't change events, is going to be really a core important factor to this game and how this game will be played. And that is one of the things that I'm really considering in this moment, is how these things work together and how they function together is an important point. And their functionality is what we're going to focus on. How the history changes, how the world changes, but how it remains the same. And so I've already started focusing on different points of history that I think would be changed because of these public knowledge of these supernatural creatures. And that's the thing, right? This is an urban fantasy, so they're going to be supernatural creatures that are known worldwide. And since we're starting at World War II, my core premise is that the war and the devastation and the way in which warfare was enacted on the public world stage vastly changes with World War II. Reporting is different about the war on the fronts. You have the embedded reporters. You have embedded reporters with cameras. We're sending back newsreels. They're being played. You have surveillance cameras in airplanes flying over both, countries to try and determine locations of what would eventually become bombing runs. But that also ties into like a much more wider spread surveillance availability. You have telephones and trains, which means this communication is just that much faster and quicker. So an incident, or one or two incidents that could have probably been brushed aside in earlier times as a trick of the light, or somebody superstitious really believing that a fairy saved their life, a fae saved their life, or that individual who was just a little bit different looking, actually grew claws and ripped the opposing enemy's side to shreds, literally. Well, that couldn't have been. That could have just been glossed over centuries ago, but nowadays it really can't. So now you have the more modern sensibilities, more modern ties are going to cause these existences to become more prevalent. You do this in a way that ensures that the world is aware, or it changes. And so like one of the things I'm focusing on right now is those changes, right? How the world is going to change, what the history is going to be. I have some points in historical things that I have to think about and go back. But now you have to stop and think about things like, how do those little public acknowledgments, now that they're not public knowledge, really bring about change for the history that we're going to be developing? And I think a lot of it, and I've been thinking about this really hard, about like, when is the point that you'd have the tipping point of public knowledge, that this is something that is actually public knowledge, that you might have to deal with. And I think for me, you're gonna have to deal with it starting in, we're gonna go ahead and say December 7th, 1941, a date which shall live in infamy. And for that, let's start even further back, where we go, okay, we've got, the beginnings of bombings in England, so we're going to hear of individual houses that perhaps were spared on a street, or one or two guys who, this particular boat at Dunkirk, this one fishing boat at Dunkirk, you know, could never get hit by the enemy, managed to save so many more, you know, it's because they're actually Selkies, or that's the story that are told. And these stories and manipulations are probably what's going to be the most, you know, slowly grow throughout the days and times of the war, until you get to the point where you are at wow, okay, that shouldn't have happened, sorry. And you get to that point where you're like, okay, slowly different stories are coming out of Europe, but it's easy to ignore if it's on the other side. It's all hyperbole, it's all superstition. And then you get to a point where it's in the US, and I'm going to talk to a couple of people I know who are Hawaiian and be like, okay, let's talk about, I know what event I want to occur. Let me frame it in a way that works for the history of the people who live there. And what I think is important is having probably native Hawaiian, we're going to use the term supernatural creatures because that ties into just the genre of urban fantasy in Southern Gothic. Other beings might be a term. We're going to have to workshop terms. But a couple people I know who live in Hawaii, I'll talk to them, be like, which particular representation should we be using to say, okay, there are these representations who are you know, going to have, you know, perhaps you have a bunch of you know, dolphin shifters. I don't know. I'm throwing things in the wind. I'm going to talk to actual, you know, people who have more knowledge than I do about the appropriate thing to put in here, and so there'll be, you know, perhaps Native Hawaiians who are aware of the possibility of this attack looming, but the United States Army and Navy is going to be the United States Navy, and they're never going to, you know, be like, supernatural? What? No. Somebody saw a vision? Nah. What? No. Come back in 3 weeks. You know, did you fill out the right forms in triplicate? And so, but that knowledge, once it can't be ignored, and the attack probably still goes off the way it was planned, means that you're going to have new history from that point, because then the Army is and Navy and the government is going to have to go, oh, so this is actually a thing that happens. This is an actual thing that works, and our people are there. That changes things, right? Like, but how does that change? Okay, so now you got supernatural creatures as a known, supernatural beings as a known quantity that are going to be influencing the history that exists. And from that point, you are going to be able to focus in on how those changes, what little changes are going to be made and how they affect things, but at the same time, maybe they don't necessarily change, like, the reasons change, but the actual events stay the same. And I think that's an important point, and I think that's going to be where we go. And I think the next part of that is from there you go to how these things work, and we'll figure the impacts that they have. So I guess we should just, you know, go ahead and dive in to what we're looking at. And this is my Word document. so far. I've started, like I said, I've started working on this. Let's make it a little bigger for everybody. Whoop, 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 whoop. 1945. World War II changed so much of the world. With so many countries joining in large-scale land battles and devastating bombings, the creatures and beings that once hid in the shadows, that most modern, rational adults viewed as superstitions from a bygone age, were forced into the light. The world knows that humans aren't the only beings on the planet, and now they must learn to live together. And then Carousel Court is a brand new subdivision. Built on the former lands of a small plantation on the edge of the city of Savannah, Georgia, these homes are perfect for new families just starting out, for our boys coming home from the war and looking to start fresh. Insert period marketing about construction, and all within easy walking distance of random elementary school and blank country club. And I think this is the point. These are the two core concepts for me that are important for me to remember as I'm writing this, as I'm working with people, as I'm talking about this game. This is where things kind of are focused in. It makes it easier to remember. So we're going to look at the immediate changes I've made. Immediate change number one is magic is known. There's probably contact with magic users. By this point, FDR, there's a magic user of some sort, we'll figure out whatever tradition, and we'll create them as an NPC probably later, is able to help FDR recover better at Warm Springs, and therefore he survives to the end of the war and attends the peace treaty. So, FDR wins, or, because this thing is, FDR dies in Warm Springs, Georgia, which is a very nice place, by the way. If you've never been, go. It's about an hour and a half south of Atlanta. It's also home to Pine Mountain State Park, and it is just the other side of the Pine Mountain State Park Ridgeway is the Callaway Gardens. Great place. Go visit. Hashtag not sponsored, although if they wanted to, I would take their money. But FDR dies of things that are today very treatable, like so easily treated. High blood pressure, cholesterol, that all coincide in a cerebral, in basically a stroke, heart attack. Hey Panda, welcome in. Talking about the way in which history would change if we have some supernatural creatures who are revealed to the world in World War II. And hey Schmelze. The first major change from my perspective is going to be that FDR is going to live to the end of the war. FDR is everything that FDR basically dies of a heart condition and congenital heart failure. Okay, everything that he had, he had high blood pressure, he had high cholesterol, he's overly stressed from dealing with the war. He also had severe polio, so he couldn't exercise the way you would necessarily need to. So all of this coalesced in ways that today, all of his ailments would have been imminently easily treatable with regular medication, but in 1945, that medication wasn't available. If you add in a magic user, even a low-level magic user who has some ability with plant lore to, do heart treatments, okay, FDR survives at least to the end of the war, probably a little bit later, through the peace treaty. That's change number one. And number two, just purely for my personal benefit and because I want to see what happens, is have a generic person of magic, probably a young child reacting instinctually, is there when the traffic accident occurs and Patton is paralyzed, which will prevent Patton from dying immediately. Sorry, rewind. General Patton doesn't die in the car accident. He dies 12 days later, in a coma from a cerebral hemorrhage. Basically, not a cerebral hemorrhage, that's FDR. FDR dies of a cerebral hemorrhage, Patton dies of basically the blood clot that was in his back from the horrible accident, you know, going through his brain. It just basically is what happens. Warning for... Oh, I should also put up this button. There will be spoilers for this lore building. Hi, spoilers. So those are the first two changes. That's going to change the US. We're going to see how those change the US. The next one is one that I personally sat down and thought a lot about. Okay, so we know supernatural creatures exist. We know that, blessedly, I'm really bad at retaining info, so yay, me! Well, hey, it's fine. And this is all knowledge that all of the players and even the audience can have before the game happens, because it's all stuff that happens before historically worldwide events, right? Like, these are historical world-shaping events that will have occurred before the start of the game. And the game is going to be focused in on this one subdivision and this one country club in Savannah, or even maybe the city of Savannah as a whole. And while outside forces are definitely going to influence that event, like historical events are probably going to have an impact, the knowledge of them or the awareness of them could be independent. You know, not all people are aware of all major world events in history across the globe, even today. Like, right? Like, I can't tell you what is currently on the front page of the paper in Turkmenistan. I mean, I guess I could, if I could find it online and went looking for it, but it's not something that it will be immediately available to me in a language I speak and or read without me purposely going out and looking for it, right? But by the same token, certain widespread events are going to cross international borders. Or if I'm in that country, I might know that this particular event happened on the other side of the country, on this coast or that coast. Hey, how many people today, even today, don't necessarily know, like, generic things that are happening on the other side of their own state, let alone their own country, let alone worldwide? So these earth-shaping events are going to be important for me as a GM, because I'm going to have to keep track of them. And side note, my degree is in classical languages and literatures with a concentration in ancient Greek and history. So anthropology and history and language are my big jams. And how they all interact and coalesce together, you know, what I live for. But it's not necessarily going to be information that particularly all of the player characters are going to care about. They might. We don't know. So we know that having Patton and FDR survive to the end of the war, that's going to change things, but I think both of those events would make sense if we go ahead and say that our revelatory experience is the war itself, right? What opens up the revelation that humans are not the only truly sentient, sapient creatures on this planet, that there are other beings with other powers and other abilities, starts small, like during the Battle of Britain in 1939 when the Germans are bombing the hell out of London. And you're like, okay, but this one house over here that didn't get touched, bombs every house around it, totally destroyed. Bomb never hit it, why not? Or this one guy keeps, was able to save like 60 extra people at the Battle of Dunkirk, or at the evacuation of Dunkirk, and he was, they said his ship was just so much faster. It was blessed by the waves themselves. Oh, well, his family are Selkies. No, that couldn't be true, could it? And then having the impetus be, the final impetus be December 7th, 1941, where, and I'm going to talk to a bunch of people that I know who are Native Hawaiian, and be like, hey, if I wanted to have this this event where a number of Native Hawaiian beings who are not human, or if they are human, you know, magic users of some sort, or magic users of some sort, necessarily humans, would say, hey, we think that there's going to be an imminent attack on the island of Oahu and other places around. Well, then you can still have the events of Pearl Harbor by having the United States government respond in any way that the United States government would respond to someone coming up to them and saying, hey, we had a seer tell us that there's going to be an imminent bombing. And then the United States Army will turn around, or Navy will turn around and say, that's great. Do you have your forms filled out in triplicate? Okay. We can arrange to see you in 2 weeks, and in the meantime, we'll put this in the proper investigatory banners. But then have that actually be revealed to be true, have the events actually happen, have these other stories have already come out of Europe and Asia and across the planet, where news is traveling that much more faster. The radio, the train transportation, all of these things, people are still moving, but they're talking much more quicker. News is spreading much more faster. Oh, now we've got a situation where the awareness of supernatural beings comes out during the war. Okay. So during the war, we've got some generic user, medical heliopath of some sort, ends up working for FDR and helping him treat his various low-level ailments that coalesce in his unfortunate cerebral hemorrhage in 45, would prevent him from having that hemorrhage in 45. He lives to the end of the war. Patton lives to the end of the war. And then I was like, ooh, wait, what can I do to keep for Russia? I know. Hi, I'm a historian. There are a lot of people you can say get bad raps in history, who are misunderstood, who are judged by certain standards or given random explanations. In my opinion, one of those people is Caligula. Hi, I think that I, like most major classics people today, look at Caligula and go, dude, you can't call him evil, because more than likely the guy had 2 bouts of meningitis before the age of 18, or had 1 bout of meningitis when he was like 6, and then had another one when he was 18, and then had another one when he was 20, when he was emperor, and that shit just ate his brain. Like, you can't judge. Caligula is probably horribly medically insane. Stalin is not one of those people. Stalin is not somebody I will ever feel ashamed for saying is a horrible human being, and probably ended up killing more people than Hitler did during the Holocaust from starvation. But we'll never know, because he also wiped all of the records of all of the population in all of those areas that he starved, so you don't know exactly how many people were there. Stalin can just fuck off. Stalin also encouraged, he publicly said he didn't know because he wasn't there, but he encouraged certain behaviors in his troops that we know of that occurred during the Russian march into Germany, an invasion of Germany, which was just horribly violent to the female members of the population of the country that they lived in horribly bad ways, because Stalin. So I'm like, but at the same time, he was also horribly violent to everybody a part of the Russian Federation already, and he encouraged that treatment by his soldiers on his own population. Hi. Not a fan. So I was like, ooh, what would be really cool is if you have a Rusalka, which starting in about the 18th century, the mythology changes. Pre-18th century, the mythology of Rusalka was usually treated as a Slavic water spirit that would emerge at spring from various water points, either streams or lakes or whatever, and bless the croplands. Sometime during the 18th century, that mythology begins to shift into a more violent revenge female spirit, usually a female spirit of a woman who died due to violence of and male violence in particular, and seeks revenge against the individual who harmed her. It's like, oh wait, how about we have a Rusalka emerge from the Russian countryside who seeks revenge against the Soviet officer who murdered her, and then becomes the focus for a woman, things snowball into a women's revolution in the USSR that leads to the downfall of Stalin and the creation of a new Federation of Slavic states, but still have this tension emerge by having the mists close off, like have a more literal iron curtain, right? Instead of, and put the border at Poland, at the western border of Poland, and have like an actual mists that cover that whole section of the Eastern Bloc countries so that nobody knows what's going on in there. Oh, they might have an ambassador that they offer occasionally, and a couple other territories might be there, but we don't know. So you change a little bit of history, but at the same time, some of the history doesn't change at all. Big barriers of mists. And again, this would be so cool, and it changes the world history, but it has almost no day-to-day impact on... Well, that's not true. It still means you would have effectively the Cold War, right? Like, because you would have the built-in tension of the European, this Eastern Bloc Federation, Russian Federation, is now ruled by this supernatural being. That's not cool. And you've got the Americans who are, human-centric and speciest, but at the same time believe in democracy, and so elections, and allow for these things to happen, but you don't know what's going on, so this tension grows between these two powers. I think the UN Charter is going to change to include 3 aquatic shifter nations, because god damn it, if I'm going to have supernatural creatures, I'm going to have selkies and mermaids and nereids, and they deserve representation at the UN too. But also because I think of, creating this system where the Russian Federation is now so much more isolationist, right? And internalized. Russia as a closed state would much more rarely exercise the veto at the UN Security Council, but that would create points that when they do exercise that veto, the tensions are even higher, right? But more things would get done, and the UN would be more effective in its earlier formative years in a way that it is never really been. We can have an entire conversation about that later. I think that means that the push for equal rights happens earlier. There would be a separate question of race. Would be separate from species, because I think that's a thing that would cause tension, right? And then there would probably still be horrible racist individuals who, you know, try to compare racists to monsters because they're horribly racist individuals. And as they say, you have to be carefully taught, but how do you kill an idea? It's actually very difficult to do. So, and then, but the existence of actual vampires usually causes that comparison to fall flat and not be received well. So racism would probably, you know, racism would still exist. It would still be a problem. It would still have to be dealt with and understood, but it's not going, but it may not not last, because that's a problem. That's, the phrasing is wrong there. A wider percentage of the population would view racist behavior much worse, much earlier on, because of that realistic comparison that could be, you know, that there really is a vampire over there and he is a literal blood-sucking monster and he's just a different skin color of the same species I am. I can bond with that individual much easier than the literal blood-sucking monster over there. Still not perfect by any means. Not even a little bit. But, I also think the question of segregation is going to come up a lot sooner. I realistically think that I'm going to say probably not even 44, probably 42. During, yeah, probably February or March of 42, the Army and Navy are forcibly desegregated over Congress's concerns about hidden super beings in the service, right? Like, so the proportion of human to non-human is really high. Yeah. That's one of the things I want, is that there is a population of supernatural beings on this planet that can have, because they have powers, a greater effect over certain things. But by the same point, there is a reason purely that vampires kind of hid from the, you know, like, there's a reason why they're not the dominant controlling force on the planet, and that's literally pure numbers, right? Like, it's maybe at some point they used to be in the ancient Dark Ages, or, you know, pre-Roman history, or maybe during Roman history there will be a bunch of other things, and I'll have to go back and look at other history because that's me and I'll have to do this. But having that understanding, you know, the population demographic question would really be the point, which I think is going to be a way in which you can go, okay, there's enough of there are enough of them in the amongst the population to acknowledge and have a voting presence among the population, but not necessarily, but definitely enough that they are a minority, a severe minority member of the population. And that leads to, like, other things that will happen. And then with that desegregation, I think one of the things I'm going to do is say that Carousel Court, this brand new subdivision built on the former lands of a small plantation on the edge of the city of Savannah, Georgia, these homes are perfect for new families just starting out. What I'm going to do with Carousel Court, with this subdivision, is I'm going to have it be, because it will be an expansion of the city, right? Like, the city is going, they've taken what was this former plantation that was technically outside the city limits before the war, and is now going to be subdivided into multiple lots, and the city is just going to kind of annex that territory. It's not going to be county land, it's going to be city land. But before that, there's this kind of point where it's not really part of those ordinances for either. So because of capitalism, and, you know, the GI Bill and this point, like, I want to go and actually look up newsreels, because one of the great, you know, we have these newsreels that existed of the, you know, early end of the war, post-war years, 45 to 48 or 50, 45 to 50, 52, where they're marketing and selling Levittowns, right? Like, Levittown is a thing that exists, particularly in the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut area, where, Levitt came in, bought up the land, subdivided it, started selling prefab homes that are all built on certain models. Almost all of them are Cape Cods. And, it's like, did you have the 2-dormer or the 1-dormer in this Levittown? Whatever. I want to go and listen to that kind of speech and language that they're using and how they're marketing and selling those, and then use that for that same kind of marketing and selling for this Carousel Court subdivision. But I want to have, what I'm thinking is, Carousel Court is the first subdivision intentionally marketed, because capitalism, intentionally marketed to the supernatural population. But that supernatural but marketing it to that supernatural population is going to lead to an integrated subdivision through, perhaps extremely unintentionally, but an integrated subdivision where now you've got a subdivision of supernaturals, but also more black and white mixing than you would in other places. And I think that's going to cause a bunch of things to happen. Number one, Brown versus the Board of Education is probably going to happen about 5 years earlier. Instead of 1954, it'll happen 49, 50 at latest. The civil rights movement, which was started, it really started, the civil rights movement is an ongoing thing, but what as we consider the civil rights movement really began in the post-war years, and the number of people coming back from the war, the GI Bill getting people college educations, homes, moving people in upward mobility, all of that comes out of this post-war era. And with this situation and this change that I think is going to occur, this integrated, right, like this integrated subdivision becomes a model for the way integration can occur and desegregation can occur in wider spread areas, and has a point of people can point and look at, oh, well, they're doing it at Carousel Court, so it could entirely be workable. Remember, you just gotta think about, and so there are ways in which that would be a thing that would probably very much influence the speed and path of the civil rights movement and the desegregation movement, and integration movement. So what third-party interference could also happen then by those who want to see it exactly. There could be third-party interference that would take place into it, and you would have to account for that. But that's all stuff that's going to happen perhaps during the game, right? Welcome in, Dios. How you doing? And so, like, I'm just setting things up for what the historical points that I know that have already happened, and what those, like, kind of things are going to mean when we start our game in 1945. And I'm been going back and forth about what date I should pick, and I'm thinking I'm going to use September 2nd, 1945, because that's officially VJ Day. That's the official signing of the Japanese surrender in Yokohama Harbor, right? That's the name of the harbor. I've been wrong before. Inside the harbor outside of Tokyo, and that's the official surrender point, which I think is makes the most sense, right? It's either VJ Day or VE Day. Like, it has to be one of those two moments that we can go. And one of the things I'm doing with this game is I'm having the outside large newsworthy events be communicated to both players and audience by the news on the radio, right? Like, have these breaking news straight from Japan itself. The war, Japan officially surrendered at 10:23 p.m. today. With this guide towards the new light of the day, we look towards peace in our time. You know, that kind of thing popping up on the radio. Particularly if we know that FDR is still alive, then the fireside chats are still continuing. That would be a thing that would be really great to kind of have that level of news knowledge and, you know, background knowledge that the players could react to and work through. So I think all of this brings about things that I'm thinking about. I think for Japan, I think the Japanese supers population are present and active in protecting the cities of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So have the bombs still go off, but then have the radiation prevented through the actions of, like, kitsune or tanuki or yokai of some sort. And how would that change things, right? Particularly if they've already been trying to mitigate things like, hi everyone, this is your other history point for the day. So Nagasaki and Hiroshima, horribly devastating events. Horribly devastating events. Atomic bombs, bad. Additionally bad are firebombing. Which is really, really bad, and we don't talk enough about the fact that the Allies firebombed the city of Dresden in Germany, literally wiped that city, effectively wiped that city from the map over the course of 2 nights. And Tokyo suffered severe, horrible devastation and firebombing in March of 45 that, you know, it's like a 3-week period during March of 45. It is horribly devastating. Yeah, the stories out of Dresden are absolutely terrible. But if you have this population of supernaturals that have already revealed themselves earlier in the war, you're going to have a population of supernatural creatures. And I might reach out to some people I know who are Japanese and be like, yeah, if memory serves, 80% of Tokyo was razed. Yes. And stunningly enough, no bombs fell on the Imperial Palace at all, or even on the grounds. It just... Some of that was planning and targeting. Some of it wasn't, actually. Actually, some of the targeting wasn't as good. But, I'm going to expand it out and, like, reach out to a couple people I know who, for which particular Japanese creature, you know, supernatural beings would be mitigating the effects of the bombing. And so would mitigate the effects of the radiation from the atomic bomb drops on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And then have Hirohito's speech, which is played over the radio. And if you've never seen it, go look up a translation of Hirohito's recorded speech that he puts on the airwaves August 9th or 8th, and it is basically he circles around requesting the army to surrender in such beautiful language because he is the emperor and son of heaven on earth, and the way the Japanese view surrender particularly when the militaristic imperialist point in this history, which is kind of overly glorified at certain points, viewed surrender. You couldn't do that, and having the Emperor even suggest that would have been horrible, but he manages to say it without actually saying it ever, and it's beautiful example of wordplay, like how language can be used to its most effective point. But I think the phrasing on Hirohito's speech would probably include something like, would be the surrender would include phrasing of being a command from heaven brought to Japan by the yokai, and then it's like, okay, now because then it reinforces the fact that Hirohito, hey Faison, welcome in, that the Emperor is both a political figure and a religious figure, and this religious tie that for Japanese culture, and this connection to the heavens, and saying, oh wait, the heavens have commanded that we surrender. All right, then there's reasons why we have to do this. I think that might change the way the occupation functions, perhaps make it shorter. I don't think it changes a lot of the approach to the occupation, mostly because MacArthur came in, and on one hand, MacArthur, when he becomes Supreme Commander of, or when he is the general in charge of the occupation, he's sent to Japan. He's already working on his run for president against Eisenhower. And if we look at the history of it, MacArthur does a much better job of winning the peace that comes after during the occupation than Eisenhower does with Germany. And part of that is because the USSR and the division and the tensions that kind of come from there, but that's also because MacArthur is at his core better understanding of individuals, and probably would have had an okay run, except he picks a really bad running mate, and he's not really well. He does slightly better. So I think the occupation as it's would be the same kind of politics, but Dio says the Emperor would have more legitimacy if evidence of religious entities was solid and real. Exactly. Like, we know that this is a point where supernatural creatures have revealed themselves on the world stage. So, Panda, we'll come back to that point in just a second. So, yeah, Deos, I agree that if if you have these supernatural creatures who have already revealed themselves, then you're going to have this moment of the religious entities are telling this super religious figure who became like this bolster head at the front of this war for a reason, ties to the supernatural issue, then yeah, I think he would be even stronger back, particularly for Hirohito as he was during the war and even after the war. But Panda asks, I have a setting question for not particular reason, very real reason. Does this subdivision have a particular style? And that's a great question. So here's a great point for this is the plot map or the section of the plot map that we are working from. Actually, the plot map is massive, and I think the total number of plots that are on the map are, like, you see that we go to 61 on this map. I think the total number of plots is like 70 is the total number of plots that are on this map. This is also, if you look at the houses that are still there, and you can actually match this plot map two roads that still exist in Savannah today. Oh, hey, welcome in. Thank you, Trig, for that sub. I appreciate you. If you look at the plots that are still, you know, the houses that are still there today, you can follow this plot map, and I'm going to actually do it. And it's, Savannah, Georgia, and and it is, what is it? It's Forest Drive. Forest Park Drive. I think that's it. Is that it? Nope. Finding it on the map again. I did this once. I did this once to make sure I could find it, but I need the whole map to find the road name again. Yeah, it's like, no, excuse me, there are 90 plots in this subdivision that are numbered that we have on this plot map. Okay. So, this literally, oop, where did it go? Okay, it decided to delete that source, so give me 2 seconds while I bring this up for you guys. So if you look at this subdivision on Google Maps, which you can still do, it's, here we go, this, bloop, and we're gonna zoop on in. This is that same section right there. This is the same section of plots. I may or may not have been looking up Sim CC searches, looking at antebellum and Gothic revival homes. See, here's the fun fact. This is a post-war subdivision. So if we wanted to, we could literally just go zoop onto the map. And this is a classic Georgia post-war subdivision. Where if we go like this, you can see this little round that they've got here. They're all nice post-war bungalows or ranches, all of them, but we're gonna let them tweak and have as much. Have a good one. Feel free to lurk. Enjoy your lurk away. We're gonna tweak that. We can say whatever we want about these homes. Yeah, they're mill houses, exactly. Post-war bungalows, lots of brick construction. Look at that. Look at that beautiful. They probably all have attic vents, which is one of the coolest inventions after living in, you know? Very nice. A nice, really nice neighborhood. Look at those azaleas. Those are some nice azaleas. I was confusing having these huge houses. Yeah, see, that's the thing. This is what's here now. But I'm thinking that we're going to actually tweak that. Because, guess what? It's a game, and we can do what we want. And I'm thinking, because I don't think we want to have massive houses, right? Part of it is what's going to happen is I'm envisioning it starting as, and what it was is, this is a, World War II, what was the land of a large plantation outside the city limits. So there's the large plantation house, right? And the land has been sold off for development. Now, I'm going to say that perhaps, because we have this country club life that we're going to go to, we don't want to go to something like a McMansion, but perhaps we psychologically, and that's the other reason I erased a lot of numbers on here, because the numbers, we can go a little bit bigger and go a little bit... Oh, you were thinking post-Civil War. That's entirely fine. We can do that. But it's like, what we're going to do is it's going to be this civil... We're going to go slightly larger than mill houses, or slightly larger than these post-war bungalows, and go to larger homes on a little bit bigger pieces of property, expand out the conception of what these are, but still have it be that, not a McMansion per se, but not closer to 1980s subdivision builds with the colonial revival, right? The salt box revival houses. Or we go to, because this is a subdivision where people are selling out the land, right? And people are building the houses. Let my players decide what kind of architecture they're generally going for. I think we're going to go I want to go a little bit bigger than those generic post-war bungalows, and perhaps go... Queen Anne Victorians, maybe craftsmen. In one, when I was living in Georgia, fun fact, I lived in that state for a while. If we look at Decatur, Georgia, look at that one person that tears down their house to build their sunny mid-century dream. Exactly. Like, there'll be a mid-century modern kind of ranch. But in Decatur, bloop. Here we go. Here we go. Right down here. All right. So in this area of Decatur, and I think this is what we're going to go with, right? Like this combination of slightly bigger houses, you know, that brick. Oh, wait, you can't see this. There we go. This combination of brick, 2-story, but at the same time, perhaps somebody has just a smaller converted craftsman, or someone else goes to, you know, that post-war ranch kind of investment, but they put more investment into the land that they've got. By the way, this is coming down the road from Agnes Scott College, so I'm very intimately familiar. Oh, and this level, come on. This house, this is one of the ones I was thinking of. This, kind of, particularly in Savannah, would be a really big thing, right? Like, this, wide porch, still most, you know, story and a half, maybe just under 2 stories, combination craftsman, Queen Anne Victorian, interesting aesthetics. And I think that would be where we go, right? Like that kind of not quite one or the other, letting people kind of encouraging, you know, having a number of these houses that might be, you know, having a couple of these lots sold and then having the people be able to build their own houses on the lot, but then have these other lots that weren't sold, and so the developer is like, well, I need to sell them, so I need to put a house on it, so they build one of those post-war bungalows and kind of build up the neighborhood that way, is what I'm thinking. And I think that's how that's going to work. There you go, Panda. Have fun in The Sims. We also need to talk, because I have a plan. But it will happen after Thursday. But back to back to lore building. Hi, that's what we're focused kind of on today. Focused, what's not, that's not a thing we do at all. So this is, so all right, so Hirohito is going to change out, that's going to change things in the occupation. We know that that's going to be some small changes in how this subdivision becomes integrated and then slowly develops into a point at which desegregation becomes a big thing. And I think those are some of, like, those are the immediate changes that you're going to see in 45 to, 1945, really, or 1941 to 1945. But we need to look at pre-war changes, like what little things that would still be affected but wouldn't necessarily be public knowledge because of the effects of having people with powers, right? Like, I was talking with Trooper last night after Witcher, which, by the way, just go watch last night's episode of Witcher. Things happened. Some players felt very validated in things that they'd been rooting for seasons. And, moments happened in the best possible way of that definition of the term. But I was talking with Trooper after the stream, and one of the things that because he pointed out that women's rights would have moved a lot. Those people who say that women's rights would have, there's still been the same progression and timeline, it's like, look, if a woman can cast fireball at you, you're probably more likely to give them women, like, women's rights are going to be a lot faster in occurring. What that's going to be. Like, if you have that strong a tradition where there's, actual understanding of what we now define as witchcraft versus what the actual historical etymological word definition of the term. Faster and longer lasting. Exactly, Panda. Exactly. So I'm going to put together, it's like, I don't want to, and because I'm looking at population numbers, and I think we're going to need to have some adjustments, and I think the things that are going to happen, right, are going to be ways in which things occur in the same point that we remember them through history, but perhaps the reasons change. Or these other little subtle things prepare for the revelatory experience that is supernatural creatures at World War II. And I think one of the big changes that I have to address is if you have a population that that supernatural creatures exist across nations and populations, how do you account for African slave trade and colonization problems? And I think, hey Hawkeye, welcome in. And I think one of the big things I'm going to go back to on that is looking at, and this is where being an anthropologist is kind of important. Hardy came up with more generational character ideas to too, because I'm in. Thank you. Look, Panda, I'm full on going to pull, like, there are 90 plots. I'm going to leave some of them empty because in case some people die and some families get wiped out or whatever, they might need to have player characters come back. But or places for new characters to be made. But yeah, I'm going to populate this entire subdivision. We'll talk. There'll be people. There'll be lots of people. Yeah, Hawk, we've been working on history and what the immediate post-war history will be. But if you look at pre-World War II changes, I think we're gonna have to start. So if we go back instead to our timeline of events that we worked on last week, because this is going to be our important events that the players are going to work through and around when they roll as points on the timeline when they roll the historical events for their houses, because each of these events would be considered you know, like house fortune moments. And one of the things, you know, so we're going to have to address in this history, if you have groups of people with magical powers, how do you account for the African slave trade? How do you account for some of the things that happen during colonialism? Right? And I think what you have to do is go to history of ancient peoples and look at the Romans, right? When the Romans came in to an area and a territory and conquered them, they did not really care if you kept worshiping your deities or gods or not, as long as you acknowledged and worshipped the official Roman gods as well. Because in ancient periods, the Roman population, or ancient cultures in general, viewed wars between populations as representative of wars between gods, right? So like the Roman population coming into Egypt and fighting the Macedonians who were ruling the Egyptians, important point there, at the time. This becomes a battle between the Roman, also becomes a battle between the Roman deities and the Macedonian/Egyptian deities. And the Romans win. Therefore, the Roman gods won and defeated the Egyptian gods in a physical way. So if we go back to that point, then we say, okay, if the supernatural, if this is belief of that, curses have to be real. And I think what this has to make is like Jehovah versus Baal in the early Middle East. Yeah, like literally battling between the gods. Battling between peoples becomes representation for battling between the gods. And I think one of the things we have to address with the existence of slave trade, because again, this genre is Southern Gothic and urban fantasy. I am not getting rid of the horrible things that people did throughout history to each other. I'm just changing the presentation and how that happens. And I think for the slave trade, for the Atlantic slave trade, that's what I was, okay. Okay, so for the Atlantic slave trade, it has to be facilitated by African/Arabic, I can't, Arabic slavers bound the populations with curses, right? Like, there has to be something that goes on that level that occurs or is facilitated in that manner. And I'm going to see important, or for post tribal warfare. Okay, that is a note for me, because that would be an important thing, is to like reference important or tie to important African magic traditions and what they do in after warfare. I know of some references that have occurred that you can find in ancient Roman sources about certain, because the Romans are also technically ethnographers at a certain point. You kind of take it with a grain of salt, because they still kind of believe that there's a lot of we're inherently better, and we're going to tell you why, because these horrible people, these uncivilized non-Romans, and to the Romans, anyone who wasn't Roman was uncivilized. It didn't matter what color your skin was or what group you were from, you were just not Roman and therefore lesser. You know? And because of that, you know, they describe events, but they're not like what modern ethnographies are, where you try to be impartial. The Romans very much described events and were very partial about how superior they were, so you kind of have to take some of the moral judgments that are tied to those descriptions with like a bucket of salt. And then Panda says, this harkens back to my thoughts on the human to non-human ratio. Exactly, like, the human population is much bigger. So what I think this, if I go with bound the populations with curses to make it easier for white slavers and then this also kind of fracturing of traditions and populations will allow for the rise of Santoria and Vudon. Santoria, there we go, there's an E there. And that time to integrate across languages and populations slows the ability to organize revolts effectively. Right? So I think that's like an explanation within this world, because that's the other thing, is like, the history is still going to occur. These horrible events are still going to have happened. Why, if we know that magic exists in this world, and it I guess has existed throughout time in history through this world, why did the magic not allow for, or why did these people with magic not stop this bad thing? Why did, you know, like, that's one of the things when you start building an alternate history with magic and you have magic in your world, you need to look at explaining why the events that you that did happen were allowed, quote unquote, allowed to have happened, and what effect changing any of those would have. I always think about one of the most interesting both historical events that actually occurred and theater pieces that that have literally existed. For the play is also named after the same event. It is called The Trial of God. You can find it in great performances on PBS. If you could look up your various PBS stations and look up great performances, it's called The Trial of God. I believe it was done at Lincoln Center, is the production that they filmed. But it is a historical event where a number of rabbis and Jewish scholars at Auschwitz put God on trial. Because according to Jewish tradition and Jewish faith, bad things only happen to sinners. Like, murder victims are a little bit different because usually that ties to somebody else's committing a sin, right? But like, a family dying of like, you know, like, people get in Jewish tradition, bad things on that, you know, horrible things happen to people who are sinners, right? And unless there's like an active done for sin, and it's a very interesting connotation of what they believe in is evil, and it's a very interesting look. But if that's true, and God is truly a good God, like birth defects and blindness, yeah, exactly. You know, or somebody becomes horribly lame in one leg or something like that, you were a sinner. You know, somebody got leprosy. Honestly, that's, you know, and that goes back to like the Judeo-Christian understanding of like Jesus tending to the lepers is much more impactful. Like, it's mildly impactful for a lot of people when you realize the infectious possibility of leprosy and how that is a problem. But also you tied it into the Jewish tradition because it's the infectious disease possibility of leprosy, but it's also a belief within the Jewish tradition that, hi, you got leprosy because you were a sinner. And God is punishing you. And, so this trial of God is a play based on the real event that happened in Auschwitz. Auschwitz or Brachau. I don't remember which of the two, which of the camps it's held at. I believe it's Auschwitz, but I've been known to be wrong. And it was a event where they put God on trial, because if God is harming people for whom, just like the horrible, horrible number of people and children who died during the Holocaust in the concentration camps, like, if God is a good God, how could he allow this to happen? You know, not all of these people are not all sinners. They have not all done horrible things. If God is a good person, they could not have allowed this to happen. And I think about that, right? Like, if you have the power, right? Like, you have these supernatural creatures, why are they allowing these bad things to happen? You need to explain that in your fiction. You need to have a reason of saying, okay, because they were cursed by other people and therefore they weren't able to help these populations, and that caused a fracture. That meant that they needed to rebuild their powers and rebuild their connections, and because they are sold away into slavery, and by being sold away across the seas to a to a different continent with different ties to the land and powers, they could not recover their supernatural abilities. Whatever. It's poorly phrased, but right now these are bullet point notes for me, really. And admittedly, this is kind of like a tradition that exists. Yeah, the never-ending argument about deities. Why does a good God allow bad things to happen? Spoiler alert, there's a spoiler tag here. Spoiler alert for the end of the play and the historical event of the trial of God. The rabbis decided that God was evil. And not a good God. But they're still going to follow God because they are all good Jews. And their faith in God and being a good Jew was more important and more morally important than whether or not God was doing was doing an evil by allowing evil to flourish. It's a very interesting, like, this is why I say go look up the play if you can find a production of it. It's very interesting philosophically. It's a very interesting look into particularly Jewish law and Jewish philosophy, particularly during the early 20th century period. And if you just come to that one statement of they believe that God is doing bad, but they're still going to follow them because they're good Jews, it's a little hard to swallow, but they do a much better job of having a progressive argument. I don't know that I necessarily agree with their argument, but I'm not Jewish, so there's my opinion. You know, and I do not judge them for this. I think it's a beautifully done and very striking, very moving piece of theater. It's a very, I mean, it's dark. Oh, go have fun picking up the kiddo. Have some fun with small person. May they be well. I just come back from the meeting to I'm not Jewish. Hi, Faye. We were talking about the historical event and play called The Trial of God that occurred in Auschwitz during World War II, and the determination that the rabbis came to that God was not a good God, that he was evil by allowing these evil things to happen, and therefore, but they were still going to follow God and be good Jews because they are good Jews. And as I said, I'm not Jewish. I can't make any determination or moral judgment about their particular philosophical discussion, and my limitation and history of studying of the Torah is much more limited. But we're talking about how you can allow bad things to have happened if you have power to stop them. And I think that's something that you should always consider if you're building in an alternate history world. If you're writing a world in which you're saying, this history, Elie Wiesel, I believe that is correct, Faye. Elie Wiesel, yeah. A number of and there's like this whole trial, and they're the prosecutor and the defender, and it's a very moving piece of theater, and it's a very interesting piece of theater. Okay, have fun, look away. And so again, this is one thing I will agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson on. Oh, we will wait to see what Panda is agreeing with NDT on. It's objectively impossible for God to be all good and all powerful, as we define it. See, look, I could make an argument that I could make an argument that, again, is, hi, I did go to Catholic school for 12 years, but I also spent a lot of time hanging out with a bunch of Jesuits and, then spent a lot of time doing anthropology, is the way in the good old Catholic understanding of the way around this, you're a recovering Catholic. The way you deal with this one is the part that everyone forgets is free will, right? If you have a good God that exists, that allows for free will to exist, and now we're getting really off topic, but if I'm here, it's fine. If you have a good God that exists, if God exists and they allow free will to exist, then their morality of good or evil would be imposing will upon you and taking away your consent and free will. And if you choose to do a morally bad act, then is imposing your supreme and all-powerful ability to prevent the morally bad act good or bad, right? Like, it comes down to the point of which, like, look, I can make a fiction connection here. Anakin Skywalker firmly believed that he had the power to protect and defend, i.e. control, Padme Amidala in any action that she chose. But was that actually a good choice in taking away her free will? No. Yep, free will is a thing, but also when free will used for evil, an all-powerful God could intervene to protect someone. Protecting someone is in danger. Yep. My Anakin comparison stands. Again, my theology is, I firmly believe that everyone needs to come to their own understanding and theological... Darth Plagueis the Wise learn to even stave off death themselves. Well, that's never a good thing, we know. Attachments lead... Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Suffering leads to the dark side. But, again, I firmly believe in everyone's ability to come to their own understanding and traditions and beliefs or non-beliefs as they choose to follow them. Exactly. They need the space to discover their beliefs. Exactly. But that goes back to our point. I will make this connection. Hyde, can you tell that I taught and I can go off on tangents, but I can still circle back and make the next sentence? Goes back to our point of the world you have to account in your writing for these abilities, and free will is a really great one. But this is a, you know, how do we get there in the first place? Okay, have a good one, Panda. Go pick up the small one, enjoy them, and we'll see you when you get back, if you come back to join us. And Faye says, yeah, also Judaism is more about praxis than belief, so you can be pissed at God if you're still fulfilling the mitzvot, right? Am I saying that right? Mitzvot? You're still being a good Jew. Exactly, like, you can be angry at God and yell at God. Mitzvot. Oh, thank you. I was putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. But again, my Hebrew is not as good as my Yiddish, which says a lot about me. It says that I went to school in New York for a period, and in my class there were 4 Alexes in my year, and there were 3 Alexes in my friend group, and 2 of them were Alexandra Cohens. One was Alexandra Cohen Spiegler, and one was Alexandra Cohen. So there was ACS and AC. And ACS's grandmother and grandparents decided that they would pay for her bat mitzvah if she learned Yiddish, and I became her study buddy for Yiddish. Not for the Hebrew, but for the Yiddish. I was like, okay, cool. Why not? Okay, so I think this accounts for the Atlantic slave trade issue. I think colonization in and of itself is kind of covered by the events of colonization, right? Because if you look at the historical causes of, not causes, but if you look at the historical timeline of colonization, the biggest, like the initial biggest killer of the Native American population isn't as, the initial biggest killer isn't actually combat with the colonial Europeans. It is disease. Hi, smallpox. Also a couple others, but you know, smallpox is always the big one. So I think that would be, you know, the steps of colonization itself are actually accounted for, and you know, the various going back and forth of agreements, tribal trade, agreements with tribal agreements with various colonies, various other peoples that are going, you know, the Algonquins seek peace with the English for a variety of reasons, one of which is to fight against the Iroquois, because reasons. And, you know, there are a couple other events like that that I think would account for, that we don't necessarily have to account as heavily for, because I think that those events make sense, right? You don't... Faye says, as is all too common for refugees from the Holocaust, my father's family spoke Yiddish as their first language, but they didn't teach it to the kids. Yeah. That was a thing. Okay. So, I think we need to account for... Okay, well, you know what? Colonization. Disease. And... Disease, major player. Also, let's put a few Fae among the English early traders. Allow for very skilled negotiation that bought the lands of certain tribes. Because that's the thing that happened, right? Like, people talk about Manhattan and the, you know, all of these things, and it's like, yes, the island of Manhattan was bought for what would have been $27 in beads. And certain tribal agreements that were other things. but they had greater value to the Manhattan, well, technically not to the Manhattan Indians. Well, yeah, the Manhattan Indians were the ones who sold it, but it wasn't really theirs to sell, which was the greatest hilarity. It was another tribe entirely who was living on the island. Or portions of a tribe, because there was an inter-tribal conflict that occurred relatively recently before. Anyways, I digress. A large, big pieces of the early, particularly Dutch colonization, some of the English and French colonization, lead to, you know, hey, we want to buy this piece of land. How much are you going to give us for it? Or, you know, what would you want for it? And, you know, there's cultural misunderstandings cultural divisions, because a number of those tribes didn't view land ownership the same way, particularly English landlord ownership believed about it. But at the same time, those agreements were made, and those agreements would have had value that you could have bound. And particularly if you get someone like a fae, right? Like if you put a fae in a early colonial, you know, trade negotiator, we want to buy this land from you, and then have that magic, and then have fae magic bind the agreement. I think that's a thing that would be like, okay, so this wouldn't necessarily be something that anybody would know, right? Like, it wouldn't be obvious. You would just know that this particular individual member of your crew, they're very good at talking people into things and getting an agreement. And maybe the knowledge that there's actual magics and fae magics in the agreement, and that they're bound into this agreement, probably didn't know. But it means there's an impact. It means there's a control or an effect that's happening. Okay. I think... Oh, I was gonna look up the major... because there's the Savannah... There's a timeline of historical events for the city of Savannah, right? And I think one of the things we need to acknowledge is okay, that's a... I don't know that he would agree with that statement. You also have to discuss, okay, so we've got that kind of agreement. We've got, I think one of the things I'm going to put in here, because I think it would work really well as perhaps a mythic story, like a folk tale that was told repeatedly, in Savannah, that folk didn't necessarily believe until after the revelation, as it were, that there are supernatural beings in this world, And I think what we're going to do is say, because Tomochichi is a chief of the Creek Indians who lives in Savannah, or establishes a town, Yamakra, and will be the eventual site of Savannah. And he is a mediator between the Creek and Creek Indian population and the James Oglethorpe and the English who come into, and he negotiates a peace treaty, and is a basically becomes a friend, and allows them to create, establish ownership, or establish the founding of Savannah in that location. Peace treaty. So I think what we can say, one of the things we put in there is Creek Indian, Creek tribal blessings / curses on Savannah require and ties back to Tomochichi and the establishment of the city, and that there are hidden clauses in the peace treaty about certain supernaturals and them having to remain in the city. Right? Like, I love a really, really good if this family ever leaves this city, the entire country will fail. Or if if the Ravens ever leave the Tower of London, the British monarchy will fall. I'm not saying that, I love those kind of stories and those kind of superstitions. And I think having this moment of, like, I know a couple people I can reach out to and be like, hey, I want to make sure I phrase this the right way or put this together the right way, particularly with Tomochichi being a particular chieftain of the Creek Indian population, and wanting to would want to tie certain things together to protect the population. And I think that's one of the things that would probably be really great to do. So, what else? What other major events? Okay. Like, what other world major events do I need to account for? I think we need to account for oh, I know what I'm gonna do. We're already talking about Faye making deals. Alright, so what happens at the surrender? Who is it? Okay, so Sherman's March to the Sea. William Tecumseh Sherman. Interesting individual. He gets to Savannah. He marches his way to Savannah, and he does not, however, well, I mean, he burns a whole lot of the rest of the state of Georgia, but he does not burn Savannah. And mostly because he wasn't really there. He never actually gets to Savannah. Greary does. And he kind of separates out. So, Richard Dennis Arnold is mayor, right? So, maybe not Arnold, but the alderman of Savannah during the Civil War is a Fae who is able to negotiate or to encourage Mayor Richard Dennis Arnold and to surrender the city, and also encourages the Union troops to accept the surrender without burning, while still protecting the citizenry and their property, right? Like, I think that, right? That is a moment where you could put, hey, this one supernatural being who maybe you didn't necessarily know very well, or you didn't need to know, is the one who manipulates things. I'm trying to think if there are any other things that I would have to change in history or account for in history. The stock, if we go back here, the stock market crash. Okay, so the arbitrary beginning, we're fine. Cabot finds Newfoundland, so this goes for the colonialization question. We've dealt with that. The beginning of the African slave trade, we've dealt with that. Oglethorpe's founding of Savannah, and having an agreement with the Creek tribe to give some sort of, you know, there's a peace treaty involved, and I think you know, one of the things that's tied to that, and there's going to be a thing that's tied to that. I need to talk to some people about that. French and Indian Wars, I don't think, again, this I think goes back to just the larger presence of a human population over a supernatural population, and what supernaturals are there are trying to hide. So I don't think there's anything changes we need to account for there. War for Independence, no. Ratification, no. Civil War, nope. I think that's just going to be straight up the American Civil War and what happens there, right? Like, that goes back and forth. Sea islands, hurricanes. I don't think we need to make any changes. World War I. World War I. Is there anything in World War I that I need to... Oh, maybe I need to say during World War I, we have... During World War I is the first... is the first time that supernatural beings begin to be witnessed, influencing individuals or particular events, right? Like if you're in trench warfare, particularly in the trenches. Okay, so like if you're in trench warfare, right? And you are right next to a guy and you saw him cast a healing spell that prevented another member from catching gangrene, or another soldier from catching gangrene, or you perhaps saw a little bit of Fang when this vampire drained an enemy combatant coming over the no man's land. And I think that is going to lead to wider spread, leads to wider spread folk tales and superstitions directly after the war, but still not well believed or acknowledged. Right? I think that makes sense. Okay, it's like the further we go back, the less the presence of supernaturals would have been hit. Like if you go back to like 1400s, 1300s, you know, that's a quote-unquote much more superstitious period of time when people are more willing to believe in such things. And so because of that, I think you're going to have the possibility that these are going to be not necessarily things that have to be changed because they're already, you know, there's something that happened during that period that was already accounted for. Yeah. I should put a content warning on this game is going to be dark. Spanish flu of 1918, which I can't spell. Spanish flu of 1918. Is it a naturally occurring disease, or is it supernaturally? The Spanish flu of 1918 did not spare the supernatural population, right? We know how devastating Spanish flu is. I'm gonna say that Spanish flu itself was a naturally occurring event, but it didn't spare the supernatural population. And in the supernaturals were just as susceptible to Spanish flu, unless they were undead. Look, I'm sorry, but they could be, but the undead could be carriers thereof. I think that is an important point here. Save. Always save. Save early, save often. This is your periodic reminder to save. I should put that as a channel points redemption to remind me. Remind people to save. Oh, I can turn that one back on. And I can turn that one on. Wow, I had some channel point redemptions that were just, you know, sitting there and not doing anything. I'll leave that one on too. Alright, okay. It is 10 after 3. We have been going for 2 hours. I think this is a good point for every week to take a short break, stretch, bio, refresh. When we come back, we'll dive back into the rest of the history that we've got to build, what we're thinking about, where we're going, and yeah, I think we're doing pretty good, everybody. I think we've focused on the major things, and now we need to think about impacts and how these things are going to be adjusted. So take your I will see you in just a little bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you're refreshed, you stretched. Hey, Conti, welcome in. We are back. We are diving back into the development of Carousel Court, the game that I am working on writing. It is a mash of mechanics from Chronicle system and Pendragon system, and now we're working on the lore and history that kind of go with it, and how these things, we're writing this as an urban fantasy Southern Gothic game, and one of the things I feel that you need to consider as a writer is the impact of things on your world and what you're doing. And every being that lives or breathes impacts the world in some way. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to impact you, but they'll impact someone. And each of the events is going to shape the world, and if you have beings with supernatural power and you're changing an alternate history, you need to acknowledge that history will A, change, and B, if it hasn't changed because you are starting at a particular point in history, then you need to explain why things haven't changed. And I think we're doing pretty well at that. I think one of the things we're going to do is definitely have 1918, the Spanish flu, be a natural occurrence, right? The Spanish flu is naturally occurring, but it also impacts the supernatural population, which means that would also further prevent the supernatural population from being from overtaking the human population, which is kind of something I need for story purposes, and B, would ensure that everyone in the planet is affected by this, except for those people who are already undead, because vampires can't get the Spanish flu, but they could certainly carry it and possibly make things worse without even knowing. I think that's an important thing that but at the same time, I think you can have a lot of those things. So I think that's important. Okay, so is there any other major event, at least in American history, we have to account for? Like, we've accounted for the slave trade and why that was such, so devastating an event that was still allowed to occur if you have a worldwide population of supernatural creatures. That's an interesting variation on germ warfare. I mean, were they intending to spread it? And Spanish flu, we know also, as well as being airborne, was also, you could carry it on your person, and it lived on your person for a period of time. So, that's the thing. We've accounted for the African slave trade, and how it would take a while for enslaved African peoples to start to have their supernatural beings start to, again, fight back. Although, if we look at the history, which is one of the things I actually put in this timeline, is 1526 is San Miguel colony in South Carolina. It's both the first colony in the Americas to have African slaves on the continent. Excuse me, I should be more specific. On the North American continent. And it is also the site of the first slave revolt, which would allow, and one of the things I put in there because that would, you know, would be definitely discussed that you would have a bunch of new people that no one had ever seen before showing up. Both a bunch of Spaniards and a bunch of African slaves. And because there's a slave revolt and then starvation, cannibalism, horribleness, and that a bunch of this colony does not survive, and a bunch of the Spaniards who survive leave, and a number of these enslaved Africans who are part of the revolt disappear into the woods and are never heard from again, assumed, if they didn't die, which hopefully they didn't, that they were then taken in by one of the Creek tribes. Yeah. So that's a thing. And I think... So we've accounted for that. We've accounted for colonization and how that's just gonna be... mostly a colonization in and of itself is what would probably... you know, the actions of devastation that occur would be naturally occurring, I guess, is the right word to hear, and I think that was a thing. I like this idea. We've accounted for World War I, we've accounted for the Spanish flu. World War II, I'm not going to put in these events because we've already talked about the fact that World War II is when supernaturals come out of the coffin, or if you get that reference, thanks, I appreciate it. But I'm trying to determine if there's any other major event or history point that we need to address for why it does not change from what we would call the historical time, you know, the historical record, even though there are beings with massive supernatural powers. And I think we've accounted for all of the major ones, or at least... And now I'm going across, thinking across all of the continents and all of those effects. And yeah, I think we've accounted for all of the pre-World War II events that are historically important. Alright, so those are the changes there. Those are the changes there. Let's add a page. Insert. Page break. Alright, so now we've got our... setting points. Like, these are the, you know, these are your marketing points, right? Your setting bullet point marketing. Your history of the war and what immediately around that is going to change. We've got the pre-war, and I am slightly limiting it to things that would affect, that would have perhaps, you know, an effect on Savannah and Georgia as a whole, or the Eastern Coast. rather than try and be like, I'm going to account for every single one of, you know, historical event across multiple continents. Purely because you need to limit your scope when you're writing like this. Macro is important, but micro is where you're, you know, if you don't want to get too into the weeds. And by that I mean you don't want to get blown up seriously off course. Okay, so next up, we need to build some lore for some of the the supernatural beings, right? Like, we need some discussion of some lore tied to these supernatural creatures. So I think we're just gonna bullet point things, and then we'll come to that. All right, so creature, supernatural beings, lore. Okay, so step number 1. Again, these are all gonna be bullet points. So bullet point number 1. Magic users are not human, although they might pass the best and are the easiest to intermarry with, or intermarry / reproduce with humans. I think that's an important point, right? Like, particularly when we consider that I've separated in this game the mechanically speaking, humans are not the same thing as magical users. And if you are able to use magic, that means even if you look 100% human and both your parents are human, there's something that is not human, i.e. either another magic user or something other in your bloodline that twisted your genetics, and you are now no longer officially human. All non-human beings are able to hide any physical differences, but individual success is on a sliding scale, and certain species have, let's go with the quote, penalties, or we'll use the term, have difficulties have greater difficulties hiding than others. Right? Like, this is going to include vampires, all of the celestials, Tanuki, well, no, Tanuki are really easy because they just... Yuxa. Because actually the white lady white snake stories and traditions in China, that's actually a thing. They can take on human form based on cultivating spiritual, you know, cultivation, and become awakened animals, and then go from taking on human form, can take on a bipedal human form, but it's harder to hide certain things like their reptilian eyes or fangs, and I think yeah. Oh, and whites. Right? Like, those are gonna be the ones that are really going to have the most difficulty hiding. And I will probably play with some mechanics for that, if they need to. What else? Lore-wise, do we need? Certain creature or certain beings are limited to certain ethnic traditions, but some exist around the world, among all traditions, among all ethnic groups, but might be called different things by different peoples, right? Like, there are going to be different types of were-shifters, lycanthropes, therianthropes. All of those are going to exist across cultures, but what they're called or what they turn into, those might be different based on your own ethnic traditions and culture. Same thing with vampires. I don't consider Jiangshi and vampires, well, both undead bloodsuckers, I don't consider the same thing. I think they're both very different things. And you could have Jiangshi but Jiangshi are going to be limited to Chinese tradition, versus a vampire that could exist around the world and through with a bunch of different traditions, but they don't act the same way, per se. And, like, the Celestials are probably all going to have different names based on who they're with. The Fae would probably have different names based on if they were interacting with, if they're from a non-British Isles descended, or non-culture, because the English like to appropriate the Irish supernatural traditions when they're not trying to stamp them out, because that's the thing. Ow. Okay. And again, same for magic users. Might be some cultural overlap, but some are specific to individual cultures. Right? Like, witches, mages, sorcerers, all of those are, and shamanistic traditions which exist across a wide variety of cultures, those are going to be very open-ended and could probably have different explanations or different identifications based on which ethnic group you're tying to, versus peoples like Onmyoji, who are specifically Japanese and are tied to Japanese culture, particularly in the way they think about and or interact with magical powers. And then there are the Druids, who are a very small member of the population and have certain traditions. And I do not think that Druid is a generic term. It is a very specific term, and now, to be fair, D&D keeps using it in a way that's wrong, but whatever, we'll take it. But then again, and I do subscribe. I'm going to do things like the Druids don't write things down. There is no written language for the Druids because we don't have we don't have any, and the reason we don't have any is they didn't believe in writing things down. They honestly rejected that. Other members of the Gallic and Celtic tribes, which the Druids come from, did write things down, just not the Druids, because they had believed in ultimate secret society kind of stuff. Okay. I have a question for you, chat. What do you think about the idea of dryads being able to, for lack of a better term, change their tree? I kind of like it, in the sense that, okay, so the dryad exists, and this has a tree, but if the trees get diseases or cut down, you know, for whatever reason, the dryad can jump to another tree of, I think I'm gonna limit it to whoever of the same species, right? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. That's a good point. Like, so dryads can switch their home tree when called for. Disease or being chopped down, whatever, as long as it is the same species of tree. I like that idea. More grove than tree specific? I don't even think it has to be grove. I think it's just species over tree. Oh, and jumping to a tree significantly younger than their original tree causes a de-aging effect? Yeah, I think that works. So, Yeah, I like that idea of a dryad losing maturity. I like that idea. I like the idea that Nereids and Nereides actually is what it actually should be. Right, Nereid. Did I spell that right? Because I know Nereid is spelled wrong. Which is, you know, sea nymphs. Cool. And can not survive in fresh water. They must submerge fully in salt water once a day or once a week. How about once per day for immature? That's not the right word. Child and young adult. Children and young adults. And once per week for adults and older. I like that idea. I like that idea. Okay. To make steak and eggs or to not make steak and eggs, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer hunger or give in to the slings and arrows and admit and go eat something. Changelings all have some physical sign that they are different, right? Whether that's like a birthmark, a strange eye color, or strange hair color, there's something physical about them that marks them as different. And that can't be hidden. That can't be hidden. Alright. Or which can't be hidden. Which can never be hidden. That works. Alright. We're moving and grooving, coming up with all of these lore points. I love doing this. Yeah, too vibrant red hair. There you go. Or their eyes are too dark. Eyes are heterochromia. Ooh. What else do we need to know for... Hey, Malk, welcome in. We're working on our lore for Carousel Court. Trying to develop that. I think we go... What do we want to say about shifters? Like we said... Oh, yeah. All peoples have some type of were animal, but they differ among different cultures. Just like people, shifters vary in cultural lore and philosophy, but they share common traits to all of their kind. Yeah. There are some, particularly it's going to differ based on what animal they turned into. And from there, that would be a thing, you know. And the fallen may never enter holy ground, regardless of which religion the location was sanctified to. Have fun with that one. That's gonna be a great one. And these are lore. It's time for me to make occasion wear gator. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you no, Conti. Not gonna tell you no. Malik has got a question about the sanctified land. How long does a hallow effect last upon ground? Does it ever go away? I'm gonna say it's a very good question. Thank you, Malik. That does actually help. And I'm going to say ground remains sanctified as long as one person of that religion remains in the general area. And let's say 5 to 10 miles 5 to 10. I mean, like, you can walk 10 miles in a day. You'd be real tired, but you can do it. Within 5 miles. As long, one person that, lives, makes their permanent residence in the general area, let's say 5 miles. Why can't I not permanent? Why can't I not permanent? Look, thank you. Would it last until it becomes desecrated, right? Maybe, but I mean, like, here's the thing. If there's no one left alive to remember that it was consecrated at all, is it still consecrated? Maybe it's not person of that religion, but person who remembers. Who remembers / is a member of that religion. Right? Because then you could have, but like sometimes a church gets torn down and replaced with a secular building, yeah? Would that do anything? And what does the legit desecration look like? Spell, ritual, general act of evil. Does it require an intent to unhollow the ground specifically? Okay, so Malk, going back to the first part of that, when a church gets torn down or replaced with a secular building, in most cultures, there is a practice where you can deconsecrate a religious building. Catholics do it, Episcopals do it, Jewish traditions do it. I know Hindu temples and Shinto shrines and a bunch of Taoist temples all have the same thing. You basically bring in a priest and they deconsecrate the ground. Rather than desecrate, right? Desecration versus deconsecration is not the same thing. But I like the idea of it still being consecrated even if no one necessarily goes there, so then you get a bunch of things like, sometimes in old country in the deep south, you have a bunch of these small churches that were probably like churches for the plantations in the area. And, you know, they're like, or they were, churches in the middle of nowhere and, like small parishes and, small clapboard building that have been abandoned for one reason or another, but haven't necessarily be deconsecrated. And that could be fun to play with, about like, there's just this church out there in the woods, but because there's still people living in the general area who still know about it, who still follow that religion, it's still consecrated ground, and then so the fallen wouldn't be able to enter it. And I think, or until deconsecrated or desecrated. Or until intentionally, right? I think that's an important word. Deconsecrated or desecrated. Yeah, I love the idea of like, there's this old church in the middle of the woods. There are some folks who can't go in it. Can't even cross the churchyard to get to it because it's holy ground. Or, particularly because you're still in Savannah and Creek tribes still exist, in... I like that idea. Malik says, yep, I love that sort of obscure lore in place too. This one church out in the sticks that just has a known reputation to locals that the really bad folk just can't ever come in. Exactly. Or, you know, it could be a sanctuary. You need to flee from monsters. You come to this particular church regardless of how long it is. And particularly because, again, we're leaning into that genre of urban fantasy and Southern Gothic and kind of melding these two, and, you know, one of my favorite things. Because it also doesn't have to necessarily about church. You want to know what else is holy ground? Graveyards. Graveyards are always holy ground. That's another one that's great. It's like, yes, I can't go in that field. Why not? I just can't. It's just a big empty field. No, it's not. There's a bunch of dead folk there. You don't know it's there, but there are. Like this one old crazy grandparent who demands their family always gets married in this one building to make sure no mistakes enter the family proper. I mean, there might be some of that, because some of them old ladies are gonna make some great stories out of that. I like that one. There'll probably be a thing like that. Oh, incubus / succubus only refers to the type of, to the gender expression that they attempt to attract. They are themselves are not limited to a specific gender. I.e., an incubus is always going to be attempting to attract female presenting genders. A succubus is always trying to attract male presenting genders, but you could have a male succubus and or a female incubus and or a non-binary or whatever you choose to play with. Why would a seduction demon ever limit their prey pools? Just because your prey happens to be gay doesn't mean, you know, it's like that. It just means that you're gonna enjoy like that, you know, great. They may choose I think I'm going to say that they may choose to be gender fluid, but they do not. But not all of them are. I think that makes sense. Oh yes, a Selkie's, because this is Irish mythology that we're going to be using here. A Selkie's pelt can only be freely given and never stolen. Because that's a lot of the stories in Ireland are, is that a Selkie falls in love with a fisherman and chooses to give him her pelt. And then this, you know, is happily living with him, but then the sadness comes from never being able to go back to the sea, and being able to switch back and forth. Stolen from her. Kanti says, I find it funny how the old lore about an incubus succubus being the same demon isn't really used anymore. Yeah. I mean, I like to play with that sometimes, but at the same time, I also like the idea that they could be different expressions of the same species of demon, but their target energies are different. Yeah, so this, I mean, is basically what we're saying here. Never stolen, can only be freely given. If stolen, that same demon thing got phased out 2 editions ago. Yeah. Welcome to additional lore. So a Selkie's pelt can only be freely given. If stolen, the pelt withers? Not withers, that's not the right word. Molts. And the Selkie sickens unless returned to the sea. So the pelt will only remain a pelt or a coat until if you freely give it away. But if it's stolen, like, then it will start to molt and you can't, so the people who steal it can't keep the fur, but at the same time the Selkie will be sickened until they return to the sea. Yeah, the old lore that isn't as cookie cutter and modern is the most fun in my opinion. I mean, yeah, I like a lot of this. This is why I'm playing with it. Okay, now we have a very important question. Because there are two... We are going hardcore. We're gonna talk about our friends Damphir. And we need to decide what type of Damphir, or how Damphir come into being. Are they like Blade, where it is a pregnant mortal woman who is drained and drunk by a vampire, and the child who is already in existence becomes a Damphir? Or are they the biological child of a vampire and human crossbreed? And in this case, I would have to say it would have to be a vampire father and a human mother, because in this case I would say that undead cannot give birth to life. That's one I'm gonna make a hard line about. Vampires can't give birth. No, Malk, I agree. I mean, like, I dislike a lot of the modern interpretations, but I really like a lot of the older Dracula interpretations of half vampires. And I think of them truly, I think in that case, it really is. Yeah, biological birth has always made more sense to me. This, I'm going to turn a pregnant woman, or she's going to get bit, and then the child is going to be affected. You know, like, yo, the placenta is a really great filter, like legitimately the strongest filter in existence for blood work. We should. So Damphir are always the product of a vampire sire or father and a human mother. Vampires can't give birth. Cannot give birth. Yeah, personally, if a pregnant woman is turned, the child dies in the womb. Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of one of... Or if they're viable early enough, they might be born alive as a human. That's my opinion, and that's where I think we're gonna go. Damphir are definitely the product of a vampire father and a human mother. Vampires cannot give birth, and not to be the guy, but since a vampire is dead and no longer growing, changing, are they capable of generating sperm? This is where we get into fun things, right? Like, because at the same time, a vampire is dead, so it shouldn't be up and walking around because it doesn't have any blood flow for any portion of the body. But I think it's a lot easier to believe to believe in that than for 9 months of a vampire gestating life when they are undead. I could also see this causing a feud between Damphirs and female vampires. I mean, maybe. Magic in hand, we have a lot of arguments away. To be fair. Cannot give birth. And I want to say product of a vampire father and a human mother. The creation of a Damphir is always intentional and requires certain rituals which might vary based on culture. There we go. Yes, the sonic screwdriver that never works on wood. Don't ask me why. I mean, sonic doesn't work on wood. Sonic waves are blocked by wood. No, they're not. It's just different frequencies. And I like the idea that it's always intentional and it requires certain rituals, which might vary based on culture. Like, different vampire cultures around the world have different rituals to create Damphir with sliding scale, or should you say science so advanced that it seems like magic. I mean, either one works. Okay. But that doesn't tell me... That doesn't tell me. That doesn't tell me. Alright, interestingly enough, oh, I like this idea. I have an idea. I'm going to twist whites. Because technically, the literal this is one of those cases where the use in fantasy literature, which is the wrong use, has overtaken the actual definition of the term to such a point that it isn't that we don't actually know we don't pay attention to what the actual definition of the term is. Because, like, a white, according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, is a literal noun that means a living being. That's just it. It's from an old English word that meant person, a human being. Or it was the adjective definition was valiant or stalwart. But we don't ever think about that. We think about it as an undead sort of undead, because that is what it is created into fantasy. Oh, the hints. Exactly. So what I'm going to say is whites are the undead of former stalwart, valiant heroes. And I'm using heroes in the lowercase sense, right? Made through, or come into being through dying, come into being by dying in stalwart defense of something, well, and they are tied to keeping that thing, place, person, family safe, right? Like, that's how I'm going to tweak this a little bit to take into account the actual definition of the word and its quote-unquote fantasy definition. Malk asks, so question with this supernatural creature index cheat sheet, how are you going to approach the various religions and their deities? Ooh, always a good question. We'll come back to that. Put a pin in that. Might have to put a pin in it until much later, but because I'm liking this, these are all going to be lore points, right? Like, these are... Actually, no. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a Slight cop-out. Shadowblade, wasn't sure if that was going. No, we hadn't gone over that one yet. Don't worry, Malk. We mostly talked about the history and what would be changed. Don't worry, the VODs of all of these game dev streams will be going up on YouTube this week. So if you've missed out on any part of it and you want to check them out and see what the story is going to be and how this game is developing, feel free. If you want to check it out, there's the YouTube link in chat right now. And if you're over on YouTube, hi! Well, this would be your periodic reminder to please like, share, and subscribe this video, this content. So what I think I'm going to do is, because this is urban fantasy, and Southern Gothic, and because it's lower scale and supernatural creatures exist and other things, particularly like the acknowledgement of sanctified ground, I don't really have to address the question of deity, right? Like, the divine and the infernal exist. What they are or who they are is a personal choice, right? Like, because I'm, again, picking the date of 1945. There might be particular parishes or religions who choose to address certain things, but we will find out how that goes during the game. I think is going to be a thing that happens, because part of this game is also about, like, the revelation that the supernatural actually exists in the world and isn't just superstition or old wives' tales. That is gonna occur in, like, our date for that is 1941. I should go ahead and put that up here, right? Like, put that up here. So December 7th, 1941, a date which shall live in infamy. Additionally has the date the world could no longer ignore / hide the supernatural. Attempts to warn about imminent threat to Pearl Harbor were ignored, but now the but now I cannot spell, and okay, there we go. But now the U.S. government acknowledges various supernatural beings as existing. And it's still like 1941. We're gonna start September 2nd, 1945. or I'm going back and forth whether it should be VJ Day or VE Day. Both have reasonable answers. I'll probably wait and make that decision until I talk to the players about what kind of characters they want to build and what kind of things they want to showcase. I think it might be VJ Day. If we go with VJ Day, I think it would make the most sense here. So yeah, so that's the date that will... Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Cool. Cool. Okay, so... Malik says, sounds like that scientific notion about observation and interference. Yeah, how you can't fully observe something without affecting it in some manner. Or changing it. The act of observation changes it, theoretically. Maybe every person with faith who channels powers views the divine and infernal through their own cultural personal lens, and that affects that which comes after. I don't know, but maybe it'd be a cop-out too. No, actually, I think it again, we're going with the genre. I'm sticking with the genre, and I'm sticking with certain genre tropes and conventions that go with both urban fantasy and Southern Gothic, and existence of demons. Well, it's a very Judeo-Christian understanding of demons, but also we're talking about differing supernatural creatures or mythological creatures. We're talking about incubus, we're talking about succubus, we're talking about fallen angels, then the Nephilim and Cambion, and I think it literally will just be how you as an individual choose to interact with the divine or the infernal is tied to your own cultural beliefs, but they unilaterally exist, but those cultural beliefs also define, like, there are many doors in, to quote the Bible, there are many rooms in my Father's house, i.e., there are many ways to get to heaven. And I think that, in my personal opinion, at least from my own theological viewpoint, is that also applies to the way in which heaven is experienced, right? Like, different people are going to experience heaven differently. Different cultures will have different definitions of what heaven is, and different cultures have different definition of what the hell is. And I think that would be where we go with this, because I like that kind of open-ended point. Alright, so we've got that. That also ties into the fact that the fallen, i.e. fallen angels, may never enter holy ground regardless of which religion that ground is sanctified to, right? Like, because it's still holy regardless of who made it holy. Okay. Let's see. Are there any other points? Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this because otherwise people who play D&D will come at me and I'm just gonna be very upset. Witches, warlocks are merely... Warlock is merely the masculine form of the word witch. Literally, it's... Hi, a witch and a warlock are the only difference is gender in the English term, which means a wise woman, and a warlock is a wise man. Don't worry, Malk. If you give me... Malk, I taught high school. Give me the tangents. I will bring it all back to the same thing and make it make relevant sense to my lesson or whatever I'm currently doing. Which is a skill that I have cultivated. Again, so, like, you're thinking about that, and that's good, and it's something I should think about, and that's why I like doing these game dev streams together, because then that can give me jumping off points, and sometimes I'll say, yeah, this is a great thing, let's go with this, or something I'll be like, nah, that's not what I'm feeling, I'm gonna focus on this instead. And that's, both of those are acceptable. And now most mask perceived witches prefer witch as a term. Hi, Panda. I'm gonna not say something. I'm this is where I go, words have meaning and value. And they're important. Because are they, like, I have questions about that, right? Like, are they talking about preferring, and this is an entirely tangential conversation, and this is where I would go, like, hey, Panda, I would love to have you sit and we could have a conversation, because I do a bunch of these colloquium where I just have nerdy conversations with people and talk about whatever comes into our head. Trooper and I may have done that for 12 hours once. Yeah, modern witchcraft and folk magic. Yeah. I'm thinking I think for my purposes, I'm going to keep the original definitions, because both meaning either wise woman / or both meaning wise woman / wise man. Like, I have a legitimate question about like that, because because if you're, does that mean that they don't know, or they are choosing to identify with the feminine energy that goes with being a witch? Right? Like, that's my question. Or are they thinking that there's a negative connotation to the term warlock because they're used to D&D, and they want to reject that terminology and identify with the better term, i.e. the good witch term? I have questions. Oh, look. Linguistic shift and evolution is a great thing. One of the things that, what really stuck with me in one of my early linguistics classes, which is something that I try and, bring to tables all the time, is people who say, I can make the word mean anything I want it to mean. No. There has to be a certain number of people who agree with you, but you can't just randomly change the definition of a term, because the whole point of words is they stand as symbols so that I can take what exists wholly in my brain and give it to other people in a way that allow what exists in my brain to be understood by other people. But if I operate on one definition of a term and someone else operates on another definition of a term, and I say, I created this definition and this is the only definition of it, and I don't tell you that, and you're like, oh, well, this word doesn't mean what you think it means, and I'm like, yes, it does, I look like an idiot. If you want to change the definition of a term, a number of people have to agree with you first. Yeah. You're correct. That's what I was saying, DS. You can randomly redefine things as long as you have following which agrees with your definition. And that's how you get newspeak. Hi, 1984. George Orwell. Newspeak. I mean, not to throw a wrench in the works, but magic was considered to all be feminine in the Old Norse myths, and Odin was some sort of mocked for his use of feminine arcane practice. Odin didn't care, of course. It's not 100% accurate, Malk. Magic, certain types of magic were wholly feminine. And there are I can't say it because Seidmader, and Seed Major, which is what Loki is, who is someone who exists against the gender binary who uses magic that is a feminine type of magic, but still presents as a masculine individual and presents most frequently as a masculine individual and is respected in that. But that's also only the Aesir that have that versus the Aenair and the Vanir, which have different understandings of magic and the acceptance thereof, where a larger percentage of their male population practice magic. Again, I know way too much about this shit. I think it's more a thing of we are a scattered community of varying beliefs, and because the definition and connotation of witch was warped by the church, so it's easier to find common ground. I mean, that's fair. I have such a good source for Norse paganism and gender. Look, I have so much discussion about gender and not necessarily one of the so hi, if you didn't know, my undergraduate degree is in classical languages and literatures, and my undergraduate thesis work was all in gender in language, because English is a binary gendered language. Greek and Roman weren't. And so, okay, I actually did an entire breakdown about the presence of a third gender in ancient Greek, meaning that there should be, using the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis and linguistic relativity, that also implies an existence of a third gender within the Greek culture, and how would that manifest? And it probably wouldn't manifest the way a modern, non-binary or gender-fluid individual would consider, but would have would be a different gender presentations and different gender identity than just the binary. I need to clean that paper up and rewrite it. I need to just, polish it up and republish it on other things. But yeah, it's one of my favorite things to discuss. Hi, sorry. There's also an excellent argument that gods are gods and not humans, so thus they are only gendered because humans ascribe their own constructs to explain things. Frequently, actually, except for Hermaphroditus. And yes, I'm using that term because that is the individual's name. And is literally hermaphrodite because that is his name. He is the child of Hermes and Aphrodite, and is starts male, is cursed to female, becomes male again, and then at the same time one and the same, except for Tiresias. Also, fun fact, one of my favorite quotes when I was doing this research for gender in ancient Greek is I was reading through all of Aristotle. Yes, I read all of Aristotle's De Natura, which is Aristotle's basically nature text about everything he sees and experiences. But Aristotle is... Aristotle probably had some sort of neurodivergence, or I do not want to be, I'm not a medical professional, so I can't diagnose him, but the gentleman may have been a little ADD, at least in his writing. And we know it's not just chopped and paste based on, like, other texts mixing up order, because the sentence structure continues on. But he will frequently do what he does in this case, where he talks about sex, and there are two, male and female, and then those who are the same. This is literally, I am quoting because I'm quoting this from memory. I had to translate it so many times. In gender, there are male and female, and there are those who are both at the same time. This happens frequently in men and goats. Period. End. Next sentence. When considering the best places to go fishing, always observe the weather. And you're like, what? You can't just... Intersex happens frequently in men and goats. Period. End sentence. Why are we talking about fishing? What the hell is going on? 4 sections later. Hi. Let's continue our discussion of intersexed goats. You're like, what? Aristotle, please. I don't understand. Yeah. Sorry. But yes, gender is a very interesting and complex thing, and gender is a cultural identity. Sounds about right. Yep. Gender is culture, sex is biology, or your choices, and a lot of those are going to be influenced because while we in a modern 21st century American identity have a concept of 3 or 4 genders, or 5 sometimes, there are cultures that have more. Like, a bunch of South Polynesian islands have like 17 genders or expressions thereof. And fishing trips are worthy to be added to any existing story. Maybe, but I didn't get the connection. And so I think that's I think one of the important things that why I want to make sure this is included is that the incubus succubus only refers to the gender expression that they're attempting to attract or prey upon versus not their own gender identity or even their own gender presentation. And I think that might be equally as important. No, I'm gonna keep the warlock versus witch thing. I think that's an important distinction. Because I also think that there's a certain level of, particularly in a number of cultures, particularly in a lot of where warlock comes from, traditions of magical workings having gender separate practices. And gender combined practices, but also gender separate, like a coven versus a cadre. Or any story can be added to a fishing trip. It works on any level, I'm a believer. Look, okay, fine. I'll figure out fishing. Oh no, seriously, I wasn't attempting a correction. No, I am happy to talk. And that's one of the things is like, I like you bringing new information into it to consider, and then for me it would be, okay, I've considered this particular information, and I'm not going to use this particular information because I think in this particular instance with this particular world, I'm doing a particular thing. And I'm also considering also the fact that I'm, while being as modern 21st century language oriented as and culturally presenting, we are setting this game in 1945, right? Like, words had different meanings. So I think that's going to be a thing. Oh, yeah, and I'm not going to... Seelie versus unseelie is not good versus evil, right? Like, I am not pulling... These are the good fae, and these are the bad fae. No, The summer court and the winter court are two mirrors of each other, but they do different things, and sometimes they're, you know, they might not be whatever. It's fair. No, I really appreciate this. I like this kind of thing. It's like, you can't just... The Fae are not to be understood or classified by human standards. Or at least English standards. I do appreciate it being summer, winter, though. I have another game that I am working on. And it is not... And in that game, I am literally writing the mechanics, so it's taking a lot longer. And that is what I'm calling my Fae game, and it is mechanics based on cards and about playing a Fae. And look, I will even just pull it up for you, because we can take... I need to I need a mental brain break. Because I'm one of those people. And now that I'm thinking about it, I need to actually think about it. So... So this game is one that I've been working on writing. Hold on. For a while, and by a while I mean a while. So if I cool, I have powers. So this is my Fae game, Through the Mists. This is your introduction. This is your like short sentence explanation. Balance is a goal, an ideal, a dream. But it is also a fiction. In the end, all Fae slide to one court or the other. They fall victim to the never-ending cycle of the seasons, the rotation of the celestial bodies, and the influence of those giant spheres have on their lives. While the courts play their politics, their games of subtle one-upmanship among mortals, sometimes you have to work with those of the other court, for we are all Fae. And the premise is that you start neutral, and then each action you take, based on playing a card, slides you one way or the other on a scale of towards either the summer court or the winter court. And when you at a certain point, once you reach a certain number on that scale, you can no longer go back the other direction, and you are now permanently a member of one court or the other, and you lose access to the abilities of the other court, although you gain certain other abilities in exchange. But I am literally writing mechanics for that, and it's a little slow going because law school. The Carousel Court, which we are technically working on today, we've been working on most of the today, I'm not writing most of the mechanics for because I'm bashing together two existing systems, and it goes a little bit easier. I love having such a different lens to look through. I mean, yeah, I like that. I like all of it. But yeah, so back to this. Yeah, Unseelie versus is not good versus evil. Summer court versus winter court. But the tension, but all are tricksters at heart. Do I want to make the unilateral? Yes. No Seelie or Unseelie can lie. Have fun with that one. Here, players, you want to be an elf? Sure. You can never lie. Enjoy. Which would be very oh my god. So if you missed out on Witcher Roads Home the last 2 weeks, well, last week's episode is up on the VOD, and the week before is up on the VOD. Will be going up on YouTube shortly. Oh no, is up on YouTube. What about a live omission? That's not a lie. You're just not saying anything. So no lying. Not saying anything isn't the same as lying. And a lie is defined as a deliberate falsehood, correct? Exactly. A deliberate falsehood. And this is why when I put in this point about I like the idea of a few Fae were among the early English traders and allow for very skilled negotiation that bought the lands of certain tribes. And Fae magic binds those agreements, right? Like, those agreements are tied to certain Fae magics and would have to be broken in certain ways. I also added, I like the idea of, you know, they're, you know, these little things that no one is like, okay, we're gonna have these little Fae running around doing whatever the fuck they want is always a good thing for me. Like, hi, my first name is Deirdre. If you didn't know that, it's a thing. My name is Deirdre. And if you look that up and look up Irish mythology, have fun and be prepared to cry. When your name means raging and sorrowful. It sounds pretty, though. I love looking at Irish mythology, and particularly things like this true Fae, right? Like, they can't tell a lie, which is defined as a deliberate falsehood. They must, but at the same time, that doesn't mean omissions of omission or allowing people to come to their own conclusions based on information. Of course, now it's just difficult to have a sarcastic Fae. Is it, though? I mean, sarcasm is complicated, but usually sarcasm isn't really like... I've never seen... You could have a sarcastic Fae who doesn't lie, but I've always seen sarcasm more the tool, at least in my mind, and, you know, different players are going to do different things, of, like, incubus or vampires or other creatures. Like, ultimate judging you and telling you to your face, I really don't know that that outfit works for you, darling. Have you considered something else? And being thanked for it, that is Fae, right? Like, I can straight up insult you to your face because I am telling you the truth, and you will still love me for it because I am Fae. That's a... That is a mood right there. Alright. Do I need to address... Oh, that's what's happening. There we go. Do I need to address the Draugr? Do I need to do anything with them? So I think we're gonna go with Draugr as Revenants. And Draugr as... Okay, so... Draugr being mindless form or of a white then? No, I think because a white is a spirit and a Draugr is the body. And I think whites are undead spirits. And they can appear corporeal, but only for limited times. And Draugr are revenants. Animated corpses. Of those who swore to guard a thing, something, in this life and the next. And that is important, right? You have sworn to guard this in this life and the next, and that is how you end up as a Draugr, right? As a revenant. Oh. Once per day, they must return to the location of their yes, theoretically, right? Like the body, they, and they do not have a soul. Do not have a soul? Or a spirit. Not technically a soul, right? Because the soul is the part that moves on. But still have personhood from their time alive and further developed after death. Like, they're not zombies, right? There's a difference here. That's an importantly, for multiple reasons. One, because zombie is a very particular term, and we are acknowledging the existence of Voodoo and the probability that there might be Voodoo practitioners in the area, but zombie is also a mindless undead. They have no, or even a mindless living. They have no agency. They must always know where their protectee, where the thing they are protecting is. Does the target of their guarding need to be physical? What about guarding a concept? I think for a concept, it would still have to be something that could be represented in a physical manner, right? Like, if you're saying, I will guard this country with my life, in this life and the next, then you need to have a physically manifestation of a country, or a family, or a dynasty, right? Like, you'd have to have a physical manifestation that they could guard. But, like, I don't know that you could have an idea, like a concept of a more esoteric concept, like freedom. I think that would be, you couldn't have that. No, I'm gonna think the Draugur's soul has moved on. but all of its accumulated knowledge in the brain still remains. So the personhood and identity that was created through memory of events exist. And I don't think that I'm not putting a mage in charge. Like, I'm not doing it in such a way that any of the player characters are going to be dependent on any of the other player characters. Because the Draugr is again tied to that concept of protection, similar to a wight, but the wight is merely a spirit or a soul or a spirit. And I think the Draugr here is going to be able to act in a way that is still have identity, but like the soul has lifted. Also now the wight can have a conflict with their Draugr, or even a wight can have a conflict with any Draugr. But also, you're correct, you can have a individual whose being has been split into two between a wight and a Draugr. And how did that happen, right? Like, you would think that after death, one of the two, you might be, you know? Do you have both? Which one is who is being called, you know, which one is Johnny? Can a wight and Draugr be self-created by will and intent alone, or does it outside influence? No, that's what I'm saying, is that mostly it's going to be will and intent, right? Like, wights are undead spirit, or at least what I'm going with, wights are undead spirits of former stalwart valiant heroes. They come into being by dying in defense of something tied to keeping that thing, place, person, family safe. They can appear corporeal for only a limited number of times. Draugr are revenants, which are animated corpses of those who swore to guard something in this life and the next. They do not have a soul, but still have personhood from their time alive and further developed after death. They must always know where the thing that they are protecting is. And I think requires a magic user of some sort to ritually animate the body, or raise the dead, but does not need to be sustained by the magic user, unlike other animated corpses. Right? Like, I think that's where it is. Like, a wight can just come into being because of the way they died and who they were at the time of dying. Like, because I think of, like, again, wight as a fantasy definition is we've started looking at is aggressive ghost spirits, and ghosts can just happen. So I think wights can just happen. In this case, however, they need particular connotations to become a wight, and because they have abilities and powers that kind of go with it. Draugr, however, are revenants, and they're animated corpses, and so they also have to be they have to be animated by a magic user, but there are certain rituals that are going to be required for it. Number one, that they swore the oath, and number two, the ritual to create a Draugr requires one, they swear the oath to guard thing. 2, they consent freely when they are alive to be raised as a Draugr after death. And 3, because everything comes in 3s, they have to swear the oath. They have to freely consent. What's the third part of this ritual, right? Like, that's what I'm thinking about. Like, it needs a third part of this ritual. Or a third factor, or binder on this ritual. Oh! They can't have been killed for this, expressly for this, expressly to create a Draugr, right? You can't just have somebody randomly pick somebody and then have them you can't kill them, like, have them say, yes, I will agree to be raised as a Draugr to defend the thing that I swore the oath to defend them, and then stab them, and because they have to die of other means. Regardless, and, they always have to know where the thing they are protecting is. If they lose track of thing, they are compelled to search for it and ensure its safety. Cool. I like that kind of limitation on my players. It's like, oh, hi, you have a thing that you are magically bound to protect, and you don't know where it is. Yeah, you want to go to do this other thing, but now you are compelled to find your thing because you must protect the thing. You have sworn the oath to protect the thing. And now... And if the building locale is destroyed and cannot be relocated or replaced, you might no longer exist. Or you might still have to be protecting it because, you know, look, you might be that Templar in the Last Crusade. Stuck in the... Not Petra. Stuck in this temple with this thing. You get a negative review on your Draugr Yelp. I mean, fair. Alright. Wow, it's 5 o'clock. Okay. Drelp. Okay, so I think we've got a lot of what constitutes killing expressly to create the Draugr. Like, you can't... They have to die of other things rather than, hi, I would like to kill you to make you a Draugr now. Like, you've agreed to be raised from the dead. Cool. I'm going to stab you to create the Draugr. Like, the intention of the person killing you. Or even if they die of, if they die of natural causes or if they're murdered by something else. But like if they're murdered, it's like, hi, you slept with my wife. Yeah, but I like the idea that you can't force the creation of a Draugr by just sacrificing people to it, right? Because that's like a very ancient Egyptian, ancient Chinese, and a bunch of other ancient cultures. Hi, the emperor is dead. We're going to sacrifice a bunch of these guards or slaves so that they can go and accompany this high-ranking individual into the afterlife and provide them with usually him with the care and support and, you know, lifestyle that they're used to. But can a third party do the killing independent of the would-be Draugr or the ritual? Yeah, like, if the third party isn't intending to create a third party intent on creating a Draugr, no, that's what I think it is. I think if you kill an individual intent on creating a Draugr, you don't get a Draugr. Go be mom, Panda, it's fine. Like, I think that would be the thing, is like, if you kill the individual intent on creating a Draugr, you don't get a Draugr. Right? Hi, everybody. I'll be right back. Have to step away for a quick second. Hi again, everyone. Sorry about that. Had to go answer a quick phone call. But yes, I think for my idea, you can't... I think as long as the third party would be tangentially related to the ritual caster, would be Draugr and part of the ritual. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is like, I think this is a case of intent in the magic, right? Like, the magics require certain things, but I think part of that is also a protection, and just randomly killing someone after they've agreed to protect this thing in the life in the next. And yes, I will agree to allow you to, when I die, ritually raise me. Yeah, and then have somebody immediately go, like, well, I'm going to kill this person now to create Draugr. I think you don't end up with a Draugr. I think you end up with a Revenant, and I think or just random animated corpses, right? Like, I think that's where the difference is. Like, an animated corpse isn't going to have the same level of power or identity. Like, you could then, you could add, like, you could do this ritual, like, somebody is in the, like, dying of an injury, right? And, like, you've already come across a guard. Say for, like, the way you would do this, one of the ways you could do this is, you have a guard, he's been stabbed in defense of this thing, whatever the thing is, you know, person, object, place, maybe ideal, depending on if it has a physical manifestation, and they swore to defend it in this life or the next, and they're actively dying. There is nothing you can do to stop them from dying. You can get their consent at that point, and then have them, they will die naturally, and then the ritual would work, right? Because you didn't kill them to expressly create an undying, because that's the thing is, like, right? Like, you aren't killing someone to create an expressly, for the pure purpose of creating an undying servant to protect your object. And that's the biggest, and as Malk says, that's the biggest contribution to magic as a whole, the power of intent and will. Exactly. And so I think that's how, like, you could do this and just randomly kill people, but you would get an animated corpse and not a Draugr. I think that is an important distinction. And if they would die in 3 days' time and you do immersing killing, is that Draugr raised? I think in that case, if you step back and... or... there are ways in which you could allow that mercy killing perhaps to occur, or have occurred, without you doing it with the intention of creating a Draugr, right? Like, because if you're doing it fully with the intention of helping somebody who's suffering in such a way, then you're not intending to create the Draugr. You are intending to relieve somebody's suffering. And intent is what is important. Okay. So is there any other of these creatures I think we need to address about important things about them? So Diaz asks, my question is, how is the third clause tested? Who is the judge? The judge is magic, right? Like, the earth, the magics that exist in the world know your intent during the ritual. And if you violate them, or you do something the wrong way, your ritual is not going to work. Regardless of, you know, if you tell anybody or not. It's just the magics that exist kind of thing. So, oh man, I just got this idea of a white lingering on an area and asking the dying if they are willing to come back to protect the grounds. Interesting. Of course, that's assuming that a white could have that sort of power. I mean, maybe. I mean, like, I'm not going to get into the question of the sentience of magic, but one of the core concepts of magic has always been intent and will, and like, the ways in which magic, it may not, like, it may not have an anthropomorphized thing that you could concept or agree with, but, like, the magics know if you're lying, and the spell won't work right. Or the components weren't exactly right and it won't work. And I like that kind of feel, particularly for this game, which is about urban fantasy and Southern Gothic, and this level of, you tried a ritual and it failed. Was it because the magics refused to let you do this? Or was it because of some outside force that prevented you from doing this? Or did you not have the right frame of mind for intent to make the magics work? I think all of those are valid questions that should be considered. Yeah, I like this idea for the Draugr. Well, warlocks and witches can cast together. They also frequently have gender separate workings. I'm good with the feel of a game like that, but that seems to be an important concept of magic you writing, an important thing to know. Someone should someone want to affect or detect the magic in that manner. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, I don't know that it has an answer, right? Like, I don't know yet that I think that magic has a sentience. I think instead I think of it as, so, like, here's the thing. You fail a polygraph because of your own heart rate, right? Like, that's the concept behind a polygraph, is that if you are lying, there will be a heart rate monitor change, and that change will be effective and easy to detect, and it's an indication of you lying. But, you know, if you are lying in the production of this magical ritual, is it the magic knowing about your mental state and reading your mind, or is it just the added heart rate and additional adrenaline over lying, however small a lie it is, or as at least physiological signs, causing the magic to fail because you aren't in control of yourself? Yeah, unstable duos. Yes, I do play spellcasters, which are regularly built as counterspell. I mean, counterspell is not a bad thing. One of my favorite memories of D&D of all time is in Black Roses Bloom, when I counterspelled Lord Soth's last 9th level spell, which was a Disintegrate Ray. Just saying. That felt real good as a bard. Malik, I agree with the overall sentiment that you said, Prax. The components of the ritual, the words said, that it's always felt secondary to the will and the intent of the caster, and that with enough passion and drive you can overcome other stuff. Yeah, I think will intent also helps fuel that classic story tropes of curses said by dying folk. Yeah, exactly. Like, will and intent become really important, and that's why I think part of the thing about the Draugr is the consent. Their intent is to do this, is to continue this. But if the intent of the individual on the other side, because both parties in this case are working on a portion of the ritual, and both parties' intent is going to have to be important. And if one party is lying to the other, that would be a problem. Welcome back, Hawkeye. Okay. Well, warlocks and witches can cast together. They also frequently have gender separate workings. I think that's important to say. No ritual required. Okay. Okay. Draugr have the most definition for right now. The challenge here is the ritual to create a Draugr might be cast decades before the spell activates, and the concepts and beliefs true at the time of the ritual may not be the same at the time of activation. This isn't the case issue for spells like Firebolt. This is true. But hey, guess what? That would be an even great story. You thought that you swore this oath, and then you lived another 20 years. And maybe people forgot about it. They forgot this oath, this sworn agreement. I didn't say a Draugr couldn't be tricked into agreeing to give... Well, I mean, they have to give their consent freely, but I don't think... But there are other ways you can, there could be other things that are, maybe people forgot. Maybe things changed. Maybe you eventually got married or, fell in love and have some desire to go on to the next world with your love. Oh, wait, your soul will anyways. Your body will just keep going. That's the point here. You will be okay because your soul will go away. Do we need to address Kitsune or Kumiho in any way? I don't think so. I think those are pretty straightforward. I think I want to say... Yeah. I think that's what I need for right now. I mean, is there... I think I've got a lot of the big core lore built in. I've got the major historical issues, at least that are going to affect this game, decided. I've got the major historical issues that will affect this game immediately, right at the start, decided. I am at a point now where I think... Oh, the next thing I have to do is qualities and redefine some of those qualities. Alright, so that one is perhaps done. I think we're good with this for right now. And then cancel, close that. Why did the thing go away? Why do things... Listen, some people go through, I swore my life and soul to defend this cemetery phase, and then they grow up, have kids, grandkids, and die in an old folks home, and then rise from the dead at their funeral surrounded by their hundreds of family. It happens. I mean, maybe. 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 Possibly, it could indeed be such. Alright, why is that in the wrong... Streamlabs, you're not feeling great. Go away. Go wake up. Alright, so... So, this is going to be qualities. And that means benefits and drawbacks. And good thing I can just do this. Zoop. Zoop. Benefits. Keep text only. There we go. All right, so that's all of the benefits. And it's going to make my life easier. Insert page break. These are the drawbacks. Zoop. Cool. All right. File. Cool. All right. So this gives us, all of these are charted, so I made sure that we have them all and they're organized and all of that thing. But now we can look at them based on the definition in Sword Chronicle and see if we want to keep that definition or if we want to change it. And I think some of these we might change. Some of them we might not. Or at least might tweak the definitions thereof. Okay. So, accurate. If you are accurate, you... Accurate with ranged weapons. That makes sense, right? Like, acrobatic defense. Extraordinarily mobile and acrobatic by flipping and somersaulting. You are difficult target. That we can keep. Adept negotiator. Deeply burying your feelings. Are you just just have to say your opponents have difficulty assessing your true motives. Yeah, I like that one. Okay. Most of these are pretty good so far. Animal cohort. Yeah, so this is your animal companion / familiar, and I'm going to change this as if they die, you don't lose destiny point investment, but you have to spend that destiny point on either another cohort animal friend or invest in a new cohort. Person cohort. I like that idea. It's like you don't lose it. Animal cohort. In a weird twist of fate, it turns out that you are the sidekick of an animal of the DM's choice. Time to be good human and learn the trees. I mean, no. So in this case, you gain the animal companion, right? And the actual rules say, because you have to buy it with destiny points, which is how you get all your benefits or drawbacks. Or benefits. Drawbacks are you can take them and you can take as many as you want, and if you take more than every time you take a drawback more than is required by your age, you gain a destiny point. Which is why it's good to take drawbacks. But the rules for animal cohort say if you know, if they die, you lose the destiny point in your SOL. And I'm like, if they die, how about instead of that, you have that destiny point is bound to a cohort, and you can either find a new animal to bond with, or you bond with a new human or personage type thing. Artist. Well, that's pretty self-explanatory. Attractive. All right. This is all. Artist is what? Physical art. You are a skilled artist in a particular form, able to create works, denotes exceptional amateur ability, if not gift honed during an apprenticeship. Painting, poetry, composition, sculpture. So both fine arts and literature. There we go. Fine arts and literature. That does seem harsh to just lose the destiny point investment. I agree. Yeah, exactly. And it's not really forgiving, right? Because I'm still keeping it tied to the narrative of, like, your friends that you've invested in, like, because that's the point. It's like you've invested it in your friends. Like, okay, so you've lost the mechanical benefit of this animal. Well, now you might need to use that to invest in a new animal, or mechanically connect to a new animal, or invest in a bipedal friend. Attractive. Something about you attracts others, not just physical, which is a good thing. Authority. There's something about you people. You wear the mantle of leadership and people recognize you as a figure of authority. Alright. I mean, that's pretty good. We can... Others recognize you. Others recognize you as a figure of authority. Averting Adept. This is one that I don't know that I like. Your skill at defending yourself from magical attack is almost instinctual. When using the averting action, you may reroll ones on will tests. Additionally, averting is now a lesser action. Okay, so that actually makes sense. I just don't like the word averting because I think it's wrong. Is there a good synonym for averting? Not really. Avoid, forestall, then deter, foil, ward off, divert. You know what, I'll just keep it because there's the mechanical action of taking the turn to avert something. See page 47. Skilled at avoiding magical attacks. There we go. Axe fighter, beast friend. Animals like you. Cool, 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 cool. Berserker. This is one where you fly into a frenzy, become a brutal killing machine. Each time you take an injury or wound, you make a fighting test. I think I just will keep it that way. Number of such tests equal to your endurance rank. After this time, you are defeated as normal. Okay. So... you can fly and... you can fly into a frenzy and become a killing machine. Okay, so these are where we're gonna get into the things, like Blood of the Ancient Ones is fine. Blood of the Beyond, you retain an alien resonance of your ancestors' homerealm. It marks great passage between worlds, making you a creature of strange beauty and unearthly fear. I apparently need to go fix a bunch of things. Alright, so Blood of the Ancient Ones, it's pretty, increased health and endurance. And what did I say about the Blood of the Ancient Ones? Who did I give that to? I give it to just humans, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say increased health and endurance in humans due to genetic descent from others. Or no, Blood of the Beyond, Celestials or Fae, you are otherworldly in appearance that can be either strangely attractive or cause unearthly fear is what they put in there, so alright. Blood of the Far Isles. Oh, we got rid of the Citadel because I didn't like that one. Far Isles, your lineage trace back to the... What did I put for that one? Because that one's... Oh, Fae... Magicals... You come from a long line of noble Fae beyond the veil. And with powers of persuasion, bargaining, negotiating, and magic. There we go. That's going to be how we rewrite that one. Blood of Heroes, combat defense. Alright, well, human. Did I just give it to humans, or did I give it to anybody? Yeah, I gave it to humans. Humans! Skill in combat due to this. There you go. Skill in combat. Blood of the Mountains. Shifters and greater and okay, yeah, so this is the one we're gonna change. This one we're gonna say is Blood of the Night. Haha. And that's shifters and oh wait, it even fits in the greater undead. Night vision. And or dark vision, well, night vision. Dark vision, orientation, underground, and greater defense against magic. Cool. Is how that one's going to work out. I'm gonna go ahead and change it over here so I make sure that it's cool. 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 Humans. Humans. Exactly. Alrighty. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock. Okay. Let's get a couple more of these done, and then, we'll probably stop around 6 so that I can go get dinner before other things I have to do tonight. Blood of Sorcerers. That can be anybody. Anybody who's not human, right? Did I not put that? Yeah, I forgot about that. There we go. All but humans! Because we made a decision in this- I made a decision in this game that humans cannot cast. They have no magical abilities. You bear the physical signs of an ancient lineage of powerful sorcerers. There we go. So I like that. I like that humans aren't going to get to play with magic. If you're going to be human, you're going to have other benefits, but you don't get to play with the magics. Hi. It is one of those things that I just like to do. Blood of the Wastelands. Like your ancestors, you're a stubborn survivor, no matter how challenging the environment. I don't know that I like the term wastelands. How about Blood of the Wild? Or no, we have Blood of the Wild. Okay, so they're basically the same. Oh no. They're mechanically different. Blood of the Survivors? I don't know that I like that phrasing. I was thinking maybe the... Well, here at thesaurus.com, do we have a synonym for wastelands? Desert, swamp, badlands, marsh, moor, wilds. I like barrens almost. Blood of the Barren. No, but that doesn't really work. Blood of the Wastes. I just don't like wasteland, right? How about tundras? Blood of the Tundras? What do you think of that? Blood of the Tundra. And I believe I gave that specifically to shifters. Like your ancestors. You are a stubborn survivor. Survivor, no matter how challenging the environment. Blood of the Resilient. I like the implication that it's actually about the physical environment rather than just resilience, which can be any sort of willpower to overcome, right? Like it could also be mental as well as physical. So Blood of the Witch Hunters, I'm changing to only humans. And your Your lineage is opposed to magic and all its corruption. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna finish benefits because there's only two... nope, we're just gonna finish B of benefits because there's a lot more than that. Blood of the Wild, you are a wild people known for survival and determination. I mean... for survival and determination. Alright. Blood of the Wood is, swift and stealthy, take after your wood elf kin. But I think we're gonna switch it up and be, swift, or, because I don't think I gave it to a particular Blood of the Witch Hunters. I did give it to Fae and Shifters. Swift and stealthy, you know how to live amongst the trees. Alright, we're gonna stop here, because if we keep going, we will keep going for a while, and I need to eat dinner before Vampire the Masquerade night, Montreal by Night, over on Wandering DM that will happen at 8 o'clock, so that's in 2 hours, or 8:30, 2.5 hours. Go over there, check that out, follow us over there. We're going to have some, things and a house. Hey, the house is haunted. It's a problem. There are tentacles of smoke. That's a problem. But we are going... So I will be... Hi, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Thanks for helping me with this game dev. Thanks for chilling and helping me, you know, figure out what I want to do. I really appreciate it. I am... Finally, and nothing bad will happen in Montreal today, I'm sure. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to be back on Thursday with a super special surprise. 1 p.m. Eastern, right here, Thursday. Super special surprise. Can't wait for it. I am super, super stoked. And then probably back on, you know, we'll definitely be back on Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern here on for A Song of Agapia's Fortune and more attempting to scale a mountain and defeat a lich. Then on Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern, Witcher Road's Home, the final season continues. There are only 5 episodes left, everybody. Things happened last night. And we'll find out. But other than that, you can find me on Twitter, at Deirdre Donlin on Twitter, or Praxagora Thesmiophoria, as you see me around here on Twitch, or Prax the Bard over on Hive. And if you liked this and you want to help support it, hi! I have a Ko-Fi. You can support me there. And that all goes back into running the shows and running the streams and doing all of these things. I also have a merch store. There's actual physical merch that exists. Some of it might even be in my hand. Look, it's in my hand. Little sticker in my hand. But yeah, it actually looks really kind of cool and you should check it out. And you should always make sure you check out the VODs over on YouTube, because if you missed anything out, you want to check out what we've been doing, you like these game dev streams that I've been doing, you should check those out there. The first 2 are going to go up later today, probably tomorrow, so that'll be a good thing. But we should send some love out into the universe, which means I should go find somebody to raid. Oh. Now we're gonna go raid Fawn. Fawn is playing Tahia. A really cute new game. Fawn in games, wonderful person, wonderful player, and I appreciate them so much. So we're gonna go raid them, and I will see you next time, everybody. Bye-bye.